of trouble blowing through the street, but I keep moving, steady on my feet. Fire in my heart, faith in my soul. Every scar just makes me whole. They try to break me, bend my mind, but strength's the treasure I will find in the night. I hear the call, rise again, don't fear the fall. Stand tall, my brother, stand tall, my friend. The storm can rage, but it won't win again. Through every trial, through every flame, we rise in love, we rise in His name. Sun beating down, sweat on my brow. I've seen the worst, but I'm stronger now. When the darkness whispers, I don't heed. Light of the Most High plants my seed. Hey, they can't chain the soul inside. Roots run deep where hope won't die. Every tear turns into song. Every pain makes the spirit strong. Stand tall, my brother, stand tall, my friend. The storm can rage, but it won't win again. Through every trial, through every flame, we rise in love, we rise in His name. When the weight of the world says you can't go on, remember the dawn follows every storm. Lift your eyes, let your soul be free. Strength and mercy flow endlessly. Yeah. Stand tall, my sister, tall, my kin, my kin. Together we fight, together we win. We win. Through every shadow, every shadow, every chain, we rise in faith. Oh, we rise again. Ah. Sun be down, rain come hard.
Welcome in, guys.
Still
Welcome in. All right. Welcome back, my beautiful Tater Nation. It's me, of course, your friendly neighborhood potato, peeking out from beneath the soil and watching the world grow, and occasionally trip over its own shoelaces. And you know us potatoes, we have lots and lots of eyes, and we like watching all the interesting things that humans do up top. From culture to politics, from history to the headlines, from common sense to complete nonsense, breaking it down as only a potato can. Today we're going to be digging in, brushing off the dirt, taking a good hard look, honest look, at what's really going on. So grab a seat, grab a snack, preferably a potato, and let's see what the world looks like today through a potato's eye. All right, and today we will be doing a after panel just like I've been starting to do on Sundays after my streams. So if anyone who wants to join the panel, Mr. B is in the vetting room, so just join the Discord and you can be part of the discussion afterwards. It'll be in a couple of hours, obviously. But welcome in, Birds. Appreciate the engagement, buddy, and starting the chat off. Stacy, appreciate you as always. It's good to see you, and I hope you're doing all right. Mr. B, as always, of course, you're in the chat if you're in the vetting room. And Apprentice, appreciate you. What up, wedges, spigots, mashers of all flavors and varieties? Like, share, subscribe, and all of the above. Change your chat so you don't miss the conversation. It's Tater Nation. If you ain't chatting, why are you here? Please like and subscribe. Turn on your notification bell so you know when I'm going live. Hey, Bulldog, appreciate the engagement, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see, Acme Photo, newcomer. Appreciate the engagement. Some potatoes have more than one eye. Correct. That's right. Good to see you. I hope to keep you around. We have a lot of fun on my channel, or I try to at least. JB, good to see you. As always, appreciate the engagement, guys. So I'm going to be talking about a few different things. Came across a couple of stories about contaminated water, as you see in the thumbnail. But as I usually do, I'll go through a few funny things. I did source a few funny things on Facebook this time, so it's not just all doom and gloom. But some of it's ironic funny and some of it's, funny, but we'll get into it. Appreciate the engagement, guys. All right. So let's see. The first one with this one is wild. As a construction worker, this one, I don't know.
You're gonna wish you did. There's a you better duck, because if you don't duck, you're gonna wish you did.
Having a door on your fan is wild to me. Hey, Chaos Theory, good to see ya. I'm here listening while driving home. Good to see ya. Appreciate the engagement. Please drive careful. As always, I appreciate you.
There's a duck. I don't really know if you wanted a regular door fan, because it ain't on the floor. But I got a door fan and a floor fan and an indoor fan and a beer delire.
A beer delire. That's interesting for sure. Birds aren't even real. The horrifying reality of the thousand-eyed potato. Yeah, right. For real.
My sticky paper is coming off the wall.
This is a nightmare. I can't even imagine walking into a house like that. Acme Photo says, some random degenerates online suggest this channel, and they definitely undersold things, so the bar is very low. All right, well, fair enough. I'll try to live up to at least that bar. What in the hillbilly heaven? Yeah, this was wild. I found it funny. Yeah. Before I get into some more of a not so funny thing here, let's see. So it is kind of ironic funny to me that I keep hearing that flock cameras are not supposed to be able to track AI facial recognition. They'll track AI license plates and anything about your vehicle that it can catch on to. But this is interesting.
They mentioned something called a hot list, and essentially what that is a police department or another agency can put in a description into Flock's system, and they can say, I'm looking for a vehicle with this license plate, or I'm looking for a black Honda Civic, damaged right rear bumper, chrome rims, tell me when you find it. Then your good old Honda Civic goes out and cruises past the Flock safety camera. Immediately, that agency is notified. Think of how many of these things that there are. They're all over the place, so you go by one, you go by another, you go by another. They're getting pings all the while. They can follow you if they want to. Oh, we just wheelied past one. I wonder what's gonna happen, guys. There we go. Oh.
We just wheelied past one. But I mean, the math isn't mathing on these on many different levels, as I've talked about on multiple different occasions, for that matter. Acme Photo, I hope this channel is accepting of sweet potatoes and yams. Yeah, probably. As long as they're not, rotten and bitter, yeah, I'm good with any kind of potato here. Crazy to think that our water is older than our solar system and has been recycled on our planet for 4.5 billion years. Yeah, so why are we seeing such a depletion now? Right? That's what I've been trying to figure out. Like, where is it going? If it's not being contaminated, if it's not being stored up in a underground tank somewhere, where is our water going? Because yeah, it is wild to me on where, like Lake Mead, you look at Lake Hoover Dam, and it's like 10 feet away from critical levels. They've transferred multiple other lakes into other lakes to reserve the water from evaporation. In so doing, taking out the rest of the fish population in the lakes that they drain down because there's no oxygen left. So it's getting weird. Acme Photo, are you willing to share who? I'm curious who to thank or blame. Jury's still out. Just joking. We do a little trolling, and I am kind of curious on where you did come across our, because I'm pretty small still. So anytime I hear I'm getting my name out there, it's like, wow, really? Little old me, little potato, and what is it? BFE, USA, the bumfuck. Anyway. 4.5 billion years, huh? You guys want to get a debate? I set up debates too. If anybody wants to do just a mock debate or a fun debate, I do have one of my mods has put out the I don't want to say a challenge because it's not necessarily a challenge. Just for anybody that would like to have some fun, we'll start maybe doing some just random is hot dog a sandwich kind of a debates. Just have some fun, right? We don't necessarily want to get into the so if you're new to this channel, I'm trying to do things more dialectically in the debate scene. And so when I'm doing my discussions on Thursday nights and I'll do my open panel after this show, I like to have more of a discussion type of situation where you can come to me and you can tell me why you think I'm wrong and I can try to explain why I think I'm right and vice versa. So I want to do some things that are fun so that we attract more of people that are looking for something more energetic, and maybe those will get a little heated. I don't know. But anyway, Mr. B has offered his hand at debate to have people challenge, if you will, on just anything that you want. I'll let him kind of put out hopefully we'll have the open panel. He'll be able to jump on the open panel and he'll be able to explain more of what his vision of it is, but we'll be hosting him on my platform from what I understand. And so trying to do some things differently. But anyway, long story short, I do all sorts of different weird shit. So feel free to give me some suggestions. If I don't get tongue-tied before the day's end. I'm so tired, guys. I almost went and got some coffee and I didn't have time. This is almost too early for me. But anyway, if I refer to friends or associates as degenerates, I would not be in my best interest to publicly reveal the people I know who are allegedly degenerates. Touche. Touche. That's fair. So join my Discord and tell me there. I'm just kidding. JB says Earth is estimated to be 4.56 billion years old. So yeah. Well, and I guess it kind of depends upon who you talk to, right? On that one, I'm not sure. Stacy says, dude, your youngins know what BFE is. I say it all the time and my younger friends have no idea what I'm talking about. Yeah. Well, that's why I had to explain it. Of course. I know I'm old as fuck. And so I had to explain it to people just in case. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. And I will never, ever press people for info they do not want to discuss. But rest assured, the vast majority of Tater Nation are degenerates or regenerates. We are trying. There's no judgment. No judgment will be made here as far as your salvation. I mean, we judge you, but what does family do? We judge. Everybody judges. Shit. Anyway, Phil says, I'd like to see someone debate the fact that Stargate is better than Star Wars and Star Trek. Yeah, exactly. Those kind of debates, right? So if anybody wants to take that on, I'm sure Mr. B or maybe even Vosh, I don't know if he'd want to get involved in it. Good to see you, Vosh Schmidt. But, I wouldn't be opposed to doing some kind of debate shenanigans with people. Just as long as everybody knows it's in good fun. I'm not taking a stance on anything, things like that. But when it comes to like hot dog as a sandwich, does pineapple belong on pizza? Those kind of stupid debates that have been up for years and years and years. There's no stance to be taken on that. Anyway, I'll get back into something funny here. Maybe not something funny because what I'm looking at isn't necessarily funny. This is a little concerning because this was actually from 2 years ago. They combined artificial intelligence with MRI machines. They're able to translate brainwaves into images. Now, I saw this probably back when it came out or something similar to this. So it's interesting. Yeah, I figured you'd be down. So Vosh, basically what it was is you'll have to check out the live So the prep for live debates in the Discord, if you haven't seen it already, it's in there. Mr. B has basically put out a offer to debate anybody on some just random stuff. We'll have to figure out a day because Saturdays are a day that I'm trying to take the day as my down day. That's my Sabbath. So it'll probably have to be like a Friday night, Sunday after the stream. I'm kind of getting a little, I'm not sure what we're going to be doing going forward. So, maybe Sundays after the stream or maybe another day. I don't know. Anyway, long story short, that's what is up for debate. Just anything random. Look, I was low carb for a while, so all this potato talk makes me a little bit afraid I might blow my diet. Oh no! Oh no! All right, so let me get into this real quick. So we'll stop talking about food for a little bit, so we don't try to ruin Acme's diet. All right, so this is basically from 2 years ago, like I'd mentioned here.
All right, so artificial intelligence is getting a little bit scary because they are actually able to implement AI software with MRI machines, and this is what they are capable of doing with human brainwaves now. Check this out.
Your dreams are no longer safe.
How about this? Can we go from the patterns
Stacey.
of your brain when you're looking at an image to reconstructing the image? So the way this worked was they put human beings inside an fMRI machine.
I agree with
They
that.
had them
Please
look
say
at
you're
images
trolling.
and figure out what the patterns are, like translate from image to brain patterns. And then, of course, they would hide the image. So this is a image of a giraffe that the computer has never seen. It's only looking at the fMRI data, and this is what the computer thinks the human is seeing. Yeah. Now, to get state of the art, here's where the combinatorial aspects, why you can start to see these are all the same demo. To do this kind of imaging, the latest paper, the one that happened even after this, which is already better, uses stable diffusion, uses the thing that you use to make art. Like, what should a thing that you use to make art have anything to do with reading your brain? But of course, it goes further. So in this one, they said, can they understand the inner monologue, the things you're saying to yourself in your own mind? Mind you, by the way, when you dream, like your visual cortex runs in reverse, so your dreams are no longer safe. But we'll try this. So they had people watch a video and just narrate what was going on in the video in their mind. So there's a woman, she gets hit in the back, she falls over. This is what the computer reconstructed the person thinking.
So that's exactly basically what I'm afraid of, Phil, right? This was 2 years ago, right? And they had this capability then. What are they doing now, right? And then we have the flock cameras and the everything that's going on with the data centers. It's just getting crazy. Alexandria looks like a newbie. Hello. Welcome to the channel. I hope to keep you around. Thank you very much for the engagement. I cover all sorts of different topics from culture to politics, from nonsense to common sense, as I say at every show. So everybody that's new, appreciate the engagement and hope to keep you around. Some minority report. Exactly. That's exactly the concern that I have with everything kind of meshing together at this time, right? It all seems separate when you look at it, but like these two, the two stories that I'm going to be mainly covering on this stream are are on water. Sorry, not on data. They're not on data. They're on water and how important water is. But they're two completely separate, and yet they're tied together because of the simple fact that water is so important to us, and we have to watch out for it. Stacy sent you. Okay, that's fair. Stacy, I appreciate the referral and the engagement. Alexandria, I hope to keep you around. Behave in here. That's funny. Oh, shots fired. Anyway, we'll finish this up and then we'll get on to something else.
See a girl, looks just like me, get hit in the back, and then she is knocked off. So our thoughts like are starting to be decoded. Yeah, just think about what this means for authoritarian states, for instance. Or if you want to generate images that maximally activate your pleasure sensor, anything else. Okay, but let's keep going, right? To really get the sense of the combinatorics of this. How about, can we go from Wi-Fi radio signals, sort of like the Wi-Fi routers in your house, they're bouncing off radio signals that work sort of like sonar. Can you go from that to where human beings are, to images? So what they did is they had, a camera looking at a space with people in it. That's sort of like coming in from one eye. The other eye is the radio signals, so sonar from the Wi-Fi router. And they just learned to predict, like, this is where the human beings are. Then they took away the camera. So all the AI had was the language.
Vosh, don't start people on any bad ideas. Come on now. What if someone has never debated before? At Neon Linen? Neon Linen, are you in here? I don't think I've shouted you out yet. Yeah, you are. I see you, but I don't see one on a highlight. There you are. Welcome in, Neon Linen. It's good to see ya. Isn't debate a little battle of mind and morals, not something to waste on stupidity? A wise man should never, once said, never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. That is very, very wise. Yes. And I can't disagree with you on that one. But on the same note, there are a lot of other platforms that have a lot of ridiculous debates going on. I am trying to change the scene, so that is a very important thing to keep in mind on that, I guess. But what if somebody had never debated before, they are wanting to practice but have a fear of being on camera? What if we are offering then a way of debate, something that has no weight? And that's the thing is... I'm trying to bring people into the debate sphere so they feel comfortable to get on camera and to put their views out there, and a way to not necessarily make light of debate, but the ability to have a good time the first time around. There's a lot of things that can be said, like your first time, if you do it well, it sets the precedence for the rest of your history with that particular hobby. Or if you don't have a good time, then it sets a precedence. So I'll have to do some contemplating on that, but I like the idea of giving people somewhere to have a good time and not be so pressed on having to really stand by a view and then be able to actually be able to say, okay, yes, I do stand by this view. Let's debate on this later on. Right. But yes, that is a good point. Good point. Appreciate that. Please like and subscribe. Hey, Eddie, another Stacy. Okay. Fair enough. I'm Stacy's husband. That's awesome. Welcome in. I've heard so much about you. It is so good to have you here. Thank you, Stacy, for all the engagement from everybody and everybody else, as always, the long timers. You guys are awesome.
Language of radio signals bouncing around a room, and this is what they're able to reconstruct. Real-time 3D pose estimation, right? So suddenly AI has turned every Wi-Fi router into a camera that can work in the dark, specially tuned for tracking living beings.
So again, this is from 2 years ago. A lot of the people in my chat know about this particular one, but the mapping of the brainwaves, how many people know about that in conjunction with the ability to map the house with Wi-Fi? And how long until that became combined? If it has, right? I'm not saying it has, but can they map brainwaves with Wi-Fi? Has that been the reason that they have been able to know what you're thinking to be able to target you with ads? How long is it until they can start doing, like somebody had mentioned earlier, the Minority Report? And if you haven't heard of Minority Report or watched Minority Report, they basically have people that can tell the future, and they tell these police officers what's happening, and they go and arrest people before it's an actual crime. before it's an actual crime. Now we have flock cameras that are scanning millions, if not billions, of license plates every single day, year, however it works out, unconstitutionally, because none of us have done anything wrong. There's no reason to scan your license plate unless there's a probable cause to pull you over. There should be no reason to actually run your license plate. Phil, yeah, pre-crime. That show is so crazy. Let's see, what did you say? If you guys didn't know, sweet potato done grown sprout from eyes. They have slips that turn into vines, so you can't just plant a sweet potato like you can a regular potato. What the That's crazy. Yes, exactly. And I, for one, don't like the idea in a free state, a free country, supposedly, that we're constantly being watched like this. So this one is especially concerning. Now, the start of this one, I'll start this, but won't necessarily cover all of this one here. But the first of this, I need to find this actual, because this is the CEO of Flock. They did an interview with this guy, and he is very blatant about how he thinks of the cameras. Now, this guy goes into it, and like I said, we won't necessarily cover him, but
no one elected me the police chief of America.
Yeah, no one elected this guy the police chief of America. So why is he now the watcher of the watchers? Now, who's watching the watchers of the watchers of the watchers?
I'm the CEO of Flock. I don't think it's our job to police the police.
Yeah. So if it's not their job to police the police, what are they doing? Because they're a third party. So this shines a light on my biggest concern with a third party control of these cameras. Maybe. It says it's playing. What the frick, Facebook? It's like, yeah, I don't want you to show this. What are you thinking? Think we want you to show this? Pshaw! Fucking really? My internet be that bad today? What the heck? Come on. You can do it. Apparently not. Apparently you can't do it. That is obnoxious as shit. So basically what he's saying here is this peed off citizen in this town reports that 5,000 agencies, and how it starts out is he's like, no, it wasn't 220. So apparently the city thinks that there's 220 different agencies that can access these flock cameras, and that's okay. He then gets a little upset and says 5,000. There were 5,000 different entities that searched their database in this last month that they're talking about in this conference. 5,000. So it's not just the government watching this database of cameras by any means whatsoever. So I've covered on a different live stream, I've covered how electricity works, right? You don't have to be touching electrical lines to have that radiation essentially passing through your body. I've never really thought about AM radio towers. I thought as a kid, I was like, that'd be fun to climb one of those, right? And they were always fenced off, and that was for a good reason. And this goes into depth on why that is.
Well, in the tower's own words,
I will greatly multiply your pain.
in fact,
so because of the grounding that causes, there's so much power that's being pumped through that tower that it's actually creating the sound through the ambient energy that is vibrating the waves around that tower. With that being said, we need to be thinking about everything that is in the environment around us. I'm not going to necessarily go into depth on this one right now because of the simple fact that I do have a decent amount that I want to cover. But I have covered electrical waves around the wires, right? When you turn on a light switch, it's almost instantaneous that light turns on because the electricity is actually running around the wire, not through the wire. So with that being said, if this is happening like this, how much is actually escaping? How much is going outside of that fenced area? How is it affecting our bodies? And with that being said, how much is 4G, 5G, 6G, so on and so forth going to affect our bodies? How is infrasound affecting our bodies? We need to be paying attention to everything that is happening. And it's kind of all leading into what I'm going to be talking about. Now, this is a little bit just off the topic. It was just kind of cool. If you haven't ever seen a Singer sewing machine, the foot pedal and the wheel here, apparently he made this out of a Singer sewing machine. It's kind of impressive. So it might be copyright there, so I don't know if I can necessarily play much more of that, but that was pretty dope. He's on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, check it out. Singer Sound System. I've seen a couple of the videos this morning, checking stuff out. Didn't want to be all doom and gloom. I know I've been doom and gloom for a while. I haven't had a chance to find anything funny. This was pretty hilarious. A little interesting.
How are you?
That Natalie?
You look good today, girl. How was your weekend, Natalie?
Are you doing something different with
How
your
are
hair?
you?
You look great.
Oh, I missed you.
Hey, Natalie.
Hey, guys, Natalie. Hey, Natalie.
Oh, animals always crack me up. All right, so on to more of a topic that we should be more down to earth on, I guess, not necessarily joking about.
And for
so this is there's this video and another video I'll show you here in a minute, but 65 million pounds of meat in a plant that was burnt down in LA. So yet again, another meat concern in an already inflated meat market. So we need to be aware of this kind of stuff here. But anyway, Stacy, yeah, right. It was so funny. That video is so funny. Yeah, well, it was quite the impressive instrument, wasn't it? Hurdy-gurdy is phenomenal, but I'm not sure it's worthy of the discussion of a singer. Yeah, that singer could be the source of many clothes to come in the future, but not no more. Not no more. All right, so kind of jumped forward through that stuff pretty quickly, but all right, so this, if you haven't heard about it, we'll talk about it here real quick, and we'll discuss a little bit of the ramifications, the possible ramifications of this, along with the screw worm and everything else that's attacking our food, our meat, right? I personally like meat. I don't necessarily want to go without meat. This one's 12 minutes long, so we won't necessarily cover that one. This one's only a minute and a half, so we'll cover this one real quick.
It's where they had this massive fire that lasted for nearly 2 weeks, and now here we are with this incredible stench that surrounds this area. Of course, the people that live in this area are dealing with it too. But I wanted you to see up close just how bad this is. Something to point out as you walk along this, what you're going to notice and what's leading to a lot of this smell is actual carcasses. These are animal parts, a lot of pork that is here. That is just rotting. We've seen pig's feet. We've seen whatever else is in there. And then the other issue, I don't know if you can hear, but there are these sprays that are going off.
Yes, werewolf. That does make me a cannibal, and I am a cannibal fairly frequently, unfortunately, for them. Not unfortunately for me, because I love potatoes. But welcome in, Werewolf. Appreciate the engagement, buddy. Good to see you. But this is getting concerning. I love meat too. If I ever get alpha gal, I won't make it very long. Like I said, JB, look into the acupuncture. I'm hearing that has like a 90 to a 99% success rate. I don't see any side effects to, getting a needle in your ear, because I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in your ear that I'm hearing that the pressure point that they have to poke is. So it is reversible. I'm going to say that it is because I have faith in our Lord that he has given us something to combat that with, right?
This one right here is one of them. This is supposed to make the smell a little bit better. It's kind of adding a citrusy smell, for lack of a better term, to this area. Doesn't really help unless you're really up close. Step back just a couple feet and you smell it pretty bad. But what we're seeing here is the destruction that was caused. Everything that was ripped off of this building to try to get this fire out. There are still, even now, some areas that are smoldering. But the other thing that has a lot of residents in this area concerned is the runoff. All that water that was put on the building now running off. I think you can kind of see it from here. These tubes here where the water's kind of releasing from this area. That's going into the drainage system. We've been told by the fire department in the city that they're working on making sure that none of the hard stuff gets into the water. But of course, all of that needs to be investigated. A lot to do here on this scene. The mayor says she's given the company 45 days.
A lot of the hard stuff won't make it into the water. What are they doing to separate them? There's a lot of questions that I have when it comes to this kind of stuff. This one, excuse me, this 12-minute one here actually has quite a bit of good information in it. They talk about, like, basically it's like this shouldn't have even burnt, is from what I'm understanding. I don't know. It had a bunch of ammonia in the walls to keep it cool or something along those lines, and that caught on fire. And so what is that ammonia going to do to the waterways? They say the hard stuff, but I mean, when they're going to put out the fire, it's not like they cover those drains and keep that water that they're initially spraying on that facility to keep that fire out. They're not collecting that water. I guess I could be wrong, right? I mean, that's something we could be talking about in the after panel. Do they collect this water? Because if they don't, what is in that water that they're washing down the drains in a facility that is processing our meat? And if you don't know how our meat is processed, we could go down that rabbit hole. I won't necessarily do that to you right now. But there's a lot of chemicals involved with getting the meat from different manufacturers to your dinner table, and making sure that meat is healthy to eat and able to be digested properly or whatever. So what is being washed down the drain, right? But again, I won't necessarily get into that per se. This is just something hilarious. This guy, I've seen a few of his videos now today. And it was like today I seen one of his videos and like it all happened all at once. I seen a ton of his videos, but it's about 3 minutes long, so we'll get through it if we can. It's just funny.
I would like to request for a raise.
Sorry, his name is Nathan Doan on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, check him out. He's fucking funny.
I like your enthusiasm, but you just got hired last week. You're gonna need some experience first. But I memorized every item in the store. I don't think that's really helpful. How about you go restock the tomato soup? Aisle 16, shelf 7B. Nice, Edwin. $1.32, 140303343. Was that the SKU number? Can I now have a raise?
Was that the SKU number? Wait, how did you know that? I didn't even know that. What's going on?
No, you can't have a raise just because you... Peanut butter. Aisle 15, shelf 5B, $7.45, 972-758-579. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how useful that skill's gonna be, but I gotta give you at least a 25-cent raise for that. Thank you. You're welcome. Can I have another raise?
Yeah, I have another raise.
I'm sorry? I said, can I have another raise? But I just gave you one. I would get in trouble. Are you serious? Yo, chill out. Why are you so mad? I feel unrecognized for the work I have done for this company. What work have you done? You've been standing here since you clocked in. Check the stock. What stock? Of any item.
Of any item.
Okay, I guess I'll just check beef jerky. Shoot, I need the SKU number to check the stock. 912-700-951. Right, thank you. Huh, it says 0 in stock. I thought a shipment came in today. It did! Yo, chill, I'm just trying to understand what you're so upset about. Do you know how much the store's whole inventory is worth? The whole store? Who does? Me! Right, my bad, stupid question. We have $4.2 million worth of items. Guess how much I sold? How much? Guess!
Yes.
$30? Wrong! I sold all of it! No, there's no way. Check the stock!
Check the stock.
Baseball. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? What happened? We're a grocery store, we don't sell baseballs! I'm sorry, I can't... Call them! Call them? Call them! Call who? The CEO! Who else?
Who else?
I don't get the CEO's phone number. 714-759-1394!
The manager doesn't have the CEO's number, but this dude does. It just rattles it off. I don't have the CEO's number. Here you go. I'm not.
But how?
How?
Okay. Hi, this is Jim from store number 154.
Oh, Jim, you're the talk of the town right now. Whole inventory sold out in a day?
Right. So I have this employee who I feel like is somehow responsible for all of this. Yes, we're gonna need a complete restock on every single item. And send extra shipments of beef jerky. That's our best seller. Oh my god, 912-700-951! How do you not know the SKU number? Would I be able to give him another raise?
Unfortunately, if you've already given him a raise, we can't allow another one.
Okay, I'll tell him. Hey, Edwin? Edwin?
I would like to request for a raise. What? Who are you? I said I would like to request for a raise. How do you get in here? Do you know how much all 324 stores' inventory is worth? No? Who does?
Me! I love how it just ends right there. Me! Oh, that is too funny. Could you imagine memorizing everything in the store? It's freaking wild. Hey, JM, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement. Hope you're doing all right. So funny. Like I said, he's had quite a few of those videos this morning I've watched. So if you're on Facebook, check out Nathan Doan. Pretty funny guy. Let me see this one. Let's see. Oh, this one was wild. I just came across it. I have no idea what to think about it, but apparently this dude has found a evidence of a Bigfoot, and this was reported by Newsmax. So I'm assuming like a credible, like the credible, heavy air quotes there, media source. But you can see the comments popping up in the side here. That's too funny. But we'll get into this real quick here. It's crazy.
I think by now we could definitively prove whether Bigfoot once existed, is still roaming, or is just folklore. Charles Stewart, a.k.a. Snake the Bigfoot Hunter, says he has proof that the hairy creature was or might still be among us. He's also the author of...
JV. That's true. That's true. That's true. Oh, man. He does some pretty good stuff. It's funny. Let's see. Stacy, don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. No, don't do drugs. Don't do any kind of drugs. That includes mushrooms. Welcome in, infected mushroom. I see you. Never said that, But you're welcome to join the panel afterwards, and we can talk out our differences. I'm not sure where you got the idea that we were defending Cosby for his actions after he had been a comedian for many years, and we had grown up knowing him as the comedian that he was for many years. So do you support Trump, my friend? Do you not support Trump? Where is your standing as far as that goes, Infected Mushroom? Because if you support Trump, then you're kind of a hypocrite in what you're saying right now, my friend. All right, let's see.
Of the Bigfoot Bible, and he joins us now. All right, Charles, so you claim to have found a decomposing 8-foot, 300-pound Bigfoot in the Adirondack Mountains in New York. You've even christened him Dak. Tell us what you found and how you came across this.
Damn, there was somebody in the woods holding a kid Bigfoot? Really? That's crazy. Maybe he does exist. I don't know. I'm not saying he doesn't. Not saying he does. But this is interesting because this does look odd, is all I can say about it. But there's some interesting theories across the world for many different species. What's the word I'm looking for? Different kinds of things that have been created and let loose in the world, essentially. Won't necessarily dive down that rabbit hole per se, but this is wild.
Yeah, we have that body that you're seeing right there on your screen. That is 8 foot long, 300 pounds, found just west of Old Forge, Central Adirondack Park.
Thank you very much, Alexandria. That's kind of what I thought too. I must be doing something right. Appreciate the engagement, guys.
Okay, and this thing was laying in a bed of poison ivy and was they naturally smell.
So again, what can we believe anymore? I am not saying that this is not true. Please understand that I just came across this and was like, I have been hearing about these things for years. No one's ever seen one. No one's ever had proof of one, I should say, because many people have seen them, right? Anyway, it was just funny.
But this was a horrible smell with a little bit of decay happening. And so I was able to extract that body with help from a few friends of mine and was able to get it taxidermied. And we were able to salvage some of the internal organs, which will be on display at the next showing. And we were also able to get some of that DNA we needed to provide to the Cornell Veterinarian BioDNA Lab. And that...
I don't know. Like, I'm sorry, but I can't take somebody that looks like that seriously. I don't know what to do, guys. Like I said, I just found it funny. I don't want to make fun of this guy because that's not my goal. Like I said, it was just something I came across. It was like, wow, is this actually confirming something that I've been hearing about for so long? Another Nathan, no, don't. I'll quit with this stupid stuff here in a minute, guys. It is a long day for me anyway. So anyway, long story short, we'll get into this of course. Now it's not even going to let me show these. What the heck? All right, fine, Facebook. Stupid Facebook. His bleached blonde hair is throwing him off. That's funny. Hey, Bert, good to see you. Got a BBS. I mean, that's the thing is like the way that the dude was just posing and stuff. Like, I don't know, maybe if I had found something that extreme and off the wall, maybe I'd be a little bit like weird about it. But I don't know. Like I don't know. Got a BBS is all I can say about it. I haven't worried about Bigfoots because I'm too concerned with the other people that walk among us and run everything. That is a very fair point, Alexandria. It's kind of so with if Bigfoot's possible, is other things possible? Again, the point of my channel is to try to bring you into thinking for yourself, kind of an idea. to get you to start, contemplating what is actually going on in the world. And a lot of the people in my chat do. And I appreciate that more than I can ever say, is that we actually have still free thinkers in the world. Because when it comes to things like this, we need people that are willing to actually question where this came from. What is the ramifications of said items happening? So if you have not heard, there's been a couple of water concerns in the United States, a lot of water concerns, two of which I'll be covering real quick. Now, this was published on July 9th, so just a few days ago. The other one was in Colorado. Now, this one is in LA, I'm pretty sure. No, Wyoming. Sorry. So this one is in Wyoming. The AI boom is fueling AI data center construction, right? In that construction in Wyoming, the Meta data center runoff that was being, like, they were flushing their system, their cooling system, and pushing that water back out. And when they pushed that water back out, they found a microbe in that water. Now, luckily, it was not in the drinking water of the Colorado water, or the Wyoming water, but it is a deadly, from what I understand, bacteria that is in the water system. So the city of Cheyenne, near the border of Colorado, a rare bacterium called Cupervitis gilardi. See, I don't English well, guys, so bear with me. But this is the culprit here. Was detected in the city's reclaimed water system in February after wastewater from the construction and commission of an AI data center entered the city's wastewater network. Now, this was seen in February. So why is this just being reported in July? Right, again, I'll bring you back to the published date of this particular article, but it was found in February. So, again, I've been really wanting to push for more transparency in everything that we're doing nowadays. I don't want to just get on one thing, because there are a lot of things that take up our water, and where I don't want to be looked at as like I'm just attacking one thing, because all of our water, no matter where it's going, is important and should be being watched after. Not just being shoved under the rug for months. Let's see, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Yeah, I had to count on my fingers. Give me a break. But that's like 6 months, 5 months that this has been put under the rug. Where is the transparency in the great United States of America? This incident occurred during the fill and flush operations, a process used to clean and prepare large cooling systems before they become operational. With that being said, how often does this happen that we're not hearing about it because this got shoved under the rug for 5 months? Is it coming out because of a whistleblower? Is it coming out because somebody actually decided that it was the right thing to do? It's a good questions. Officials were keen to stress that the bacterium was never found in drinking water, only water used for irrigation and other non-potable purposes. But despite this, there are concerns that residents could be exposed to the bacteria through inhaling aerosolized droplets where the water was used, for example, in parks and golf courses. So where it's being sprayed in golf courses out across the land and it's misting out and becoming droplets and people are breathing that in and becoming basically water in the lungs, is that going to create enough of the bacteria to cause a problem in people? Reading down through it, it says the New York City Health Department are currently investigating a new outbreak which has sickened 36 people and resulted in 22 hospitalized so far on the upper East Coast. Now, that is possibly in a different case, but when water systems are poorly maintained, Legionnaires can grow and people can inhale tiny water droplets containing the bacteria. So it is a possibility that this could become an issue. Now, they did, to their benefit, they did shut down the operations as soon as they found it. And did start to divert the water to somewhere that it would be less prone to have issues with the residents of the area. So that's good. That's good. But if you're ever curious about your news, ground news is actually a really good source. I'm not sponsored by them at all, but they are a good source to go to. I usually will try to remember to go to them to find things like this, because again, this should be something that is almost across every network of media. The water being a poison to the people from the big factory, right? The big nuclear plant is causing nuclear sludge would be across every single one. So why isn't this? So again, ground news is awesome, but like you can see, only the centrists, Forbes, Cleveland, are reporting on this, and then one leftist news. So yeah, I this should be national, just plastered across everything, because if someone has information on this in a different situation, we should be prompting them to come forward with it. They should be allowed to let us know that this is happening. So this was also reported by many other places. This one was Daily Mail. Sorry, I did post these in the description below about this particular instance as well. So, but the Mark Zuckerberg owned company developing a 715,000 square foot campus in Cheyenne that is set to go online next year, but its contractors has come under fire after city officials trace wastewater containing a rare bacterium to that project. So they have traced it back to that project. 715,000 square feet. That's pretty big. But like I've mentioned before, we're looking at one in Utah from Kevin O'Leary that's sitting at 10,000 acres. Not square feet, acres. 715,000 acres, or 1,715,000 square feet is maybe a couple of acres, maybe 50 acres. So if this is doing that, what will 10,000 acre facility do when it becomes operational? Now, again, this is just speculation. I could be wrong. This may never happen again. This may be a one-off. This may be a fluke. But it happened. And it caused a serious problem as far as I'm concerned, because deadly bacteria should never be brushed off as, it's all right. I mean, I'll try to make fun of it, make fun of someone, make light of it, because I don't like doom and gloom, as you've probably noticed. But we really need to be watching this kind of stuff and make sure that it doesn't become part of the drinking water in that area. Officials stressed that it didn't contaminate the drinking water, but said it disrupted the municipal reclaimed water system and required months of cleanup. However, the city permanently revoked Meta's authority to discharge wastewater from its fill and flush operations into Cheyenne's treatment center system, where the water is reclaimed and later used to irrigate parks and other public spaces. But again, parks and other public spaces means that little kids could be going in and out of that water. And I don't know about you, but when I was a little kid, I didn't think about making sure my mouth was closed when I went through sprinklers. Maybe I wasn't like drinking them like a dog. I probably didn't do that, but I probably wasn't being paid attention. Like I wasn't paying attention to making sure my mouth was closed. And I know that I drank from my hose at home where my family got Giardia, which is why water is probably such a big thing to me. But most of my family got what's known as Giardia, which is like serious, like lifelong. And shit like this isn't fun. The waterborne illnesses are not good, guys. We've got to make sure that we keep an eye on this and hold people accountable for things before they become a seriously used loophole, essentially. Hey, Static Age Show, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement, buddy. And as always, if you don't know, Static Age does have his own show as well. So please go check it out when you have a chance. And if anybody else that's just joining the stream has their own show, joining the channel has their own show, feel free to like let us know, because I'm always up for helping people that help me. I'm all for that. Plus, I help people that don't help me. Shit, I don't give a shit. People that are doing good work, right? It was like Nikola Tesla used to say, you know, when people steal his patents all the fucking time, they're just doing good work. Try to help people that we want helped. We need to help them out. Prejudice, man, I used to love hose water in the summer. I know, right? It was so weird tasting, but it was actually pretty good. Hey, Kyle, I don't know if I've seen you in the chat. Good to see you. Appreciate the engagement. I see you in the chat, but I haven't had a chance to pay attention to the chat. So welcome in, guys. Appreciate the engagement. Very much appreciate the engagement. All right, so let me, I don't necessarily want to cover this, of course. Now it's saying the internet sucks so bad that I have to move. I'm like, I can't move. I'm hardwired in. What the hell? Fucking internet. Oh, man. Okay, so with that being said, I want to talk to you guys about, in Colorado, there was a bridge, or I'm sorry, a dam that was built, a reservoir that was created to divert water away from the Colorado River. Now, this was done back years ago. They probably started planning this, if I remember right. Let me see. When did they start construction? So Chimney Hollow Reservoir is what the reservoir we'll be talking about. It started construction in 2025. No, construction on completion. When did they start? When they start? There it is. Officially started in August 2021. So 2021, 2026. So they took about 5 years to build this thing. And, you know, I don't know how long our drought and issues have been going on, but this is a 22 million ton rock wall in the Rocky Mountains that creates this dam for this reservoir. Now, if you haven't checked out Build Wit, it looks like he has 622 subscribers, so a decent amount of subscribers, but he does some interesting videos. But I've been wanting to watch this for some time. With everything that's been going on, where I don't disagree with this concept, it's concerning how we're moving water around to provide for one specific location, and we're not, like, the other locations just don't matter anymore. I don't understand, because this one, especially how much it was supposed to cover, I can't remember exactly what it said, because I've been doing some research on this one for a while. Like I said, I've been wanting to show you this one for a different topic, and then this deadly bacteria, I showed up with Meta, and I was like, oh, this is actually a good opportunity to share this one, because this one I saw being built and was like, this is odd, and then now it's done and it's built and it's not being used. And we'll discuss why it's not being used. You could probably guess from the thumbnail, but we'll get into this video here real quick, and I'll explain what they did to get this thing built.
Today we're in Loveland, Colorado, a small town north of Denver along Colorado's Front Range. At face value, it's a quiet farming and ranching community. But behind these hills lies America's largest new dam project in decades. Welcome to the Chimney Hollow Reservoir project. Longtime viewers may recognize this job from our 2023 BuildWit Roadshow. At that time, Barnard was 2 years into the project and only starting to build the dam itself. And when I heard they were nearly complete with the structure, I had to return for some before and after. And thanks to the great folks at Northern Water, we can bring you all along. The Chimney Hollow Reservoir is a collaboration between 12 northeastern Colorado water providers to provide consistent and clean water year-round for about 825,000 people.
So 825,000 people, which means they are going to either up their cost or they've planned for this for a long enough time to create this reservoir. And again, 22 million tons of rock. How much did this cost? I can't honestly say off the top of my head because I don't think I ever actually found that cost. But how much cost is this going to cause increase for the water consumption of these people in this area that obviously they've had water up until this point? Now, again, I'm a potato and I could be wrong on exactly how good their water was, how much they had pressure wise, those kind of things, right? But for 825,000 people to go from what is essentially not broken, why fix it? So we're creating this huge 22 million ton rock wall to create a dam, to create a reservoir. And in order to do that, they're quarrying out all the rock that is in the area of the reservoir to create that wall.
The new earthen dam will stand 300.
So as you can see here, this is the new dam. Okay, they've built it slowly, layer by layer, quarrying out all the rock from what I understand. Like I said, I've looked into it a little bit, but not like this is my pet project or something like that. So it's not like I know a lot about it. But obviously they've spent a lot of time putting rock, digging rock, busting rock, quarrying rock to get this built.
150 feet tall and will form an enormous bathtub with a 90,000 foot acre capacity, covering 740 acres. For some normal people numbers, that's over 29 billion gallons or 725 million.
So 29 billion gallons of water diverted from the Colorado River into this reservoir that would then be for 825,000 people. Sure, that's awesome. But again, where we're in a drought right now, so that water is being diverted out of that system. What detriments is that going to be at 29
million times my aquarium? With Colorado's Front Range booming, more people need more water than ever, with 30,000 acre feet of water flowing into the communities from this future reservoir annually. But
so again, they may need this water. I don't know exactly how we could do it better. I don't know exactly if this is going to be a detriment. But just wait. Oh, shit. Hey, good to see you, buddy. Appreciate the engagement. As always, Mr. President, it's always good to see you. Thank you, Ben, or B. Appreciate the post of their YouTube channel. Jesus, today has been a day. Static H. I don't know if you're actually that much out of our views, honestly. I know that you have some extreme views, but I do too. If you haven't noticed, you get a little more extreme each time, it seems like.
What's the challenge with water here in the first place? Class is in session.
Hey, Bandit, good to see you. Appreciate the engagement, buddy. And if you don't know, I will be hosting an open panel after this. We'll open up the panel here in about 45 minutes. And so if you would like to join the panel, I'm not sure if B is still in the chat room. I really should have gotten some freaking coffee. Apparently, I cannot talk for the life of me. Mr. B is in the vetting room to vet anyone that would like to join the panel when I do actually open it up. It won't be right away, but it'll be here after I cover this. Welcome in, Bandit. Good to see you. Goodness gracious, I want to just go to sleep right now. So what it is, and I'm not like, my air conditioner went out in my my trailer. And so it's been like 95 degrees in my trailer the last couple days. And it takes it until like 10, almost 11 o'clock for it to cool down for me to be able to sleep. And then I'm like, so by that point, I'm sweaty. I need to go shower, and it takes me a while to get to bed. And so I'm super tired. Sorry, guys. I'll shut up now. Anyway.
There are two challenges behind the need for this project. The first is that civilization is on this side to the east of the Rockies, and the water is to the west. This dashed line here is what they call the continental divide. So from here, water either flows east or west. But like I said, most of it is over here in the form of snowmelt. It's running down the mountains, collecting in rivers and lakes. But we need it over here. So to do that, there's a 13-mile tunnel called the Adams Tunnel through the mountains, which brings the water from where it is to where it's needed. Now, the second challenge is that when the water is plentiful over here on the western side, it doesn't necessarily need to be used as much on the eastern side. So we have to store it, which is why take the water over here, pump it through, and put it into reservoirs. And from the reservoirs, like Chimney Hollow, we can let it out to the people throughout the year at a more consistent rate. All right, enough chit chat. Let's get to site.
So with that being said, I do understand the idea behind the reservoir and the need for it. Obviously, if the water during the time of not, like it's plentiful, it's running really well, they need somewhere to store it until they can move it to the houses during the time that it's needed. So yeah, a reservoir is, it makes sense. But do you need something that big? 92 billion gallons is what if I remember right. 92 billion gallons. It's a lot of water. It's a lot of water out of the system. And what if something goes wrong? Foreshadow. And that's also it, Mr. B. Exactly. So not only are we making man-made lakes and destroying the land that way, they're also fucking up the entire insides of mountains to get that water from one area to the next. Yeah. And then when that tunnel gets worn down with that water rushing through it, and it just starts wearing that mountain down or whatever, there's so many things that we do, and we don't really think about the repercussions of it. So I was actually going to cover this with a video of, it was basically like the Mississippi went dry because we diverted water from the Mississippi, and the Mississippi is a fairly large, like a boat carrier for goods and services and stuff. And so, it's beyond concerning with us diverting this amount of water, like B said, through a mountain, and it just, everything, yeah, this whole thing, it just rubbed me the wrong way from the start, and then it came out just recently.
Barnard Construction is the muscle behind such a job, a company with a long history of building some of America's toughest jobs. While they perform the bulk of the
Stacy, Discord. Oh, okay, so B's got it. Yeah, it should be in the description below. But the holy cow, the mods will at least post it if asked. But it is in the description below. Probably multiple times in the description below. I want to make sure people can find the open panels if they want to join them. We do have them open after the show every Sunday now, and every Thursday evening. That will be the main event. The main event. The after panel on Sundays is just about whatever I talk about. We'll chat about that topic. If you don't want to talk about it, we won't have an open panel afterwards. That's fine. I have things I can do with my life too, right? But I'm always here for you guys. I always like to have the conversations and keep things moving along. So if there's something you guys want to talk about that's not on the subject of the day, we could also be talking about that too.
The work, many subcontractors on site help out, like Wallow, a civil contractor from Switzerland for the special asphalt core.
So this is part of the reason why I brought this up. Part of the reason is because of the fact that it's 22 million tons of rock, and how much money is being spent on this, which is their deal, but how much water is being diverted from the system. And the fact that we've got some people coming from Switzerland. So again, the how much did it cost? I think I got a price on it now that I'm thinking about it. I can't grasp the price, but they came from Switzerland so that they could pour this specific asphalt core so that water can't leak through this rock, because even though it's all this rock and dirt, there's still a possibility that it just leaks out, leaches out. So this asphalt is a water barrier, water permeable barrier, and won't let it leach from the reservoir out into, get rid of the water, right? They're trying to hold as much of it as they can.
We'll cover that in depth later, but for now, let's head to all the action.
But yeah, there's a whole lot more here than last time. Yeah. Interesting part about, the elevation we're at right now is that is about water line right there. Is it? So take that and project it out onto the valley here.
So that's another thing I wanted to point out. So that's about water line. I don't know what height they're at currently. But imagine if this water were to be contaminated for some reason, and they have to either then hold it with no ability to move it anywhere because it's contaminated and they can't use it and they can't put it back into the Colorado River. All that water is unusable. So what are we doing with our water? I don't know a better way. But with all of the technology and all of the knowledge that we have and the ability to play God that we do, we got to stop doing that, like B's saying in the chat, because after all, we know better than God. I don't think so. And blowing a hole in the big hole in a mountain does nothing to affect its structural integrity. Surely not. Right? And where I don't really have any doubts that this dam will hold the integrity of this water mass. But I mean, look at the mass amount of water that's behind this dam. And if it were to ever cave, that we've got so many different dams that cave. And I know that that's inevitable, or they've figured it all out, but this one is just wild to me.
And that's your water line, 5867. So once completed the whole thing, this whole area will be full of water. Yep, we've got the saddle dam. It's only about 150,000 cubic yards worth of material, but we got that on the backside, a little under 3 miles down that way, so you'll have water all the way through. 3 miles? Yeah. 90,000 acre feet, which is kind of hard to,
Okay. Oh, that's interesting, Static Age. I appreciate that feedback. Large lake, every time they release water from it, it causes red tide and algae bloom, kills the fish on beaches, and it hurts your lungs to breathe it. Interesting. Yeah, in the area that I'm in, they had muzzles or something like that, and they pumped a bunch of chemicals into the river and ended up often all of the sturgeon in the area, and the sturgeon are basically like freaking dinosaurs, and I'm getting really concerned about our water, and I don't know what we can do about it, but we've got to be, again, it doesn't matter what we're using it for. Agriculture, I'll get on agriculture as much as I'll get on this kind of stuff and on data centers, on other things that contaminate our water. We got to get away from the chemicals for the fertilizers and the chemicals for the insecticides and things like that. Anything that's being caused problems in our water system, if it's agriculture or not, it needs to be changed so that we can reuse our water, because we're running out. If you haven't been following the channel, please do, because I cover all of this stuff as much as I can to show you that I'm seeing it happen. It's not like I'm like, oh, this is crazy stuff, guys. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. No, I'm seeing these things happening, and people that I've fairly, I know or follow or something like that. There's a lot of these things that I'm seeing that they're backing up. So we've got to be careful about that. Static age, yeah, exactly. They're turning the friggin' frogs gay. For real though. Start looking into the chemicals that they're pumping into our water and allowing to run off into our water. It is wild, the case studies that they have on some of this stuff. Not saying you are a bullshit hater just to be no, I appreciate that. Where is the water coming from? Do you see the mountain in the winter? There are no snow. Exactly. Stacy, exactly. I appreciate you pointing out that you weren't calling me, and not that I thought you were. I appreciate the comment. So I didn't see it until just now, but exactly. Where is this water coming from? I realize that it's during the plentiful times of where the snow is running off. And so they have the abundance of it as of right now. That's why they were able to predict this to be a thing in the future. But now we're in a drought. 60 to 70 to even possibly 90% of the United States is in a drought, to the point where, like I said, Hoover Dam, and I might cover this next week, I don't know, but Hoover Dam is like 10 feet away from critical levels. It's not even able to produce electricity from the upper outlet. It's down to its lower outlet, which means the ports that is feeding the water to the people are ports that are not even supposed to be being used at all. But like I said, I might cover that later, so I don't necessarily want to dive down that rabbit hole right now. But long story short, our water is going somewhere. Where, I don't know. Because the seas are not rising, but they're not lowering like they say they are. We've got ice that is being created in Antarctica, but it's being melted just as fast, quote unquote. But we can't do any kind of actual exploration of Antarctica unless you have a treaty with the other countries. But I digress. We need to be aware of where our water is going. Above all else, we can make bricks, right? I'm a brick and stone mason. I can make brick out of dirt. Well, it's got to be clay, but you get what I'm saying. You can make a house from things that are created from water and earth. But we need water, guys. We need water, and we need water to survive, and they're making it so that we don't have the necessities that we need, so that we depend upon them. No matter what you look at today, maybe that's why I waited this long to get online, because maybe it doesn't look as like I'm just as much of a crazy nut as I used to be. I don't know. Used to be. I'm still a crazy nut, but I don't look as much of a nut. I don't know. Anyway, long story short, you can look at like the flock cameras and you can see the our freedom being taken away from us little by little. And now with the flock cameras, you have the GPS and things like that in your car, the kill switches. That was what I was looking for. That'll automatically shut your car off if you're impaired while driving. And all of this is connected. If you don't see the connection, I don't know what to tell you. But everything stems back to water. Everything has to have water. So it is going to become the newest and the best and the most expensive item on the list. And we'll be getting into a Mad Max situation where we're running around unaliving each other for water. Gas is in abundance. Gas we don't care about. We have it. It's like water right now. But the water is what we're having to fight over.
Perspective. All right. How much went into the dam, or once it's completed, how much material's in the dam? Yeah, so right now we're at 12.5 million cubic yards. Okay. 11 million cubic yards of that is our 24-inch minus zone 4 material, the bulk of it. We will eventually have about 13 million cubic yards. And that was most of that you were able to just pull from the face, bring over here. Yeah, pull from the quarry. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, from the quarry.
So again, they're pulling from this area and feeding into the dam. And apparently they didn't do the ecological studies that they should have done. And I'll leave it at that for right now. But Alexandria, I'm a water drinker. I hate water, so I use mixed drink mixes. Yeah, I do too. I don't care for water. It sucks because I love water. Water is nectar of life, guys. Always get enough water, but unfortunately I don't do it. I don't do it well. But so my mom, I guess she's like, if she drinks water on an empty stomach, it makes her sick. And I don't know if like that's something that's actually a thing, because for the longest time, I didn't really think it was a thing. But there are some days when I drink water on an empty stomach, I think I'm going to hurl it right back up. So there's a lot of times I drink the Kool-Aid. Oh yeah, Kool-Aid. But I do love water. It just makes me I have to be thirsty and it has to be cold. I don't understand these people that drink warm water. It makes me nauseous.
And then just place it as is, hammer it. Exactly. It all comes from the quarry. Okay. Except, the oil, fair enough, Alexandria. And filler products of the asphalt. Yeah. I think that's one of the coolest things about this job is it's all quarried on site. My
mama fed. My mama fed.
Yeah, you'll never know. And then they get a little more storage capacity, because we just took out all that material and put it down here. There you go. How about that? Yeah, we're getting close. You can see a lot of reverse action going on because of how tight we are. Yeah. We get much tighter as we go up. We still got about 13 feet to get to the top. Okay. We're going to switch our operations from 740s to Maruka trucks. Yep. So that'll help out. No reversing at that point. They can just spin themselves around. Go.
You don't remember? Oh, man, that is Water Boy. Good old Adam Sandler. Water sucks. It really, really sucks. Water sucks. Check general starch. I sent you tables of for Hoover Dam. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I appreciate that for sure. Yeah, Hoover Dam is scary how low it is. You're welcome, Fred.
Forward, dump, spin themselves around, come on back. How wide is the bit? Is it at the bottom versus the top? Oof. Yeah, the bottom, I'd have to get an exact, hundreds of feet.
Sorry. So 1,200 feet at the bottom. And of all of that rock quarried from that, not maybe all of it, but a good portion of it quarried from where they were going to place it.
Yeah, 400. I have to get an exact number. The top is 30 feet. 30 feet. Yeah. It's good to see. Almost topped out.
Almost done, yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah,
I'm glad I'm glad we were able to time this too. I wanted to see the last little bit of asphalt going.
Yeah, and if you want to, I don't know what you're trying to, we can walk up to it. We can do whatever you want.
Yeah, if we could go down to the placement.
Yeah, we can walk.
So I just opened up that elevation levels Mr. B put. I haven't opened the one in Discord yet, but is there? Do they maybe say what the level is of critical level? Because like I said, I've been hearing that it's like 10 feet away from critical level, and the table that you sent is actually it hopeful. It says we're at 1,044.58 feet of elevation across the entire lake Mead at Hoover Dam, I'm assuming. Which, I mean, you have to think about it like, right, like we were talking about this size of this massive thing right down here. If it's all of that at 1,000 feet deep, 1,044, how long does that last? Now, I'm not a water engineer. I'm not a person that can say, okay, we have 92 billion gallons of water. That's not enough to care for 250 million people or whatever, right? But critical level, you can see the bottom, Dave. No, I don't think that's critical level, unfortunately. Because Hoover Dam, because of Hoover Dam being an electrical provider, they can only have so much. They can only allow it to go down so much before they have to basically shut it off, or else things start to deteriorate because of it was never supposed to be above water, basically. Mr. B says the critical level is anything less than 1035. Yeah, that is crazy. So 1035 is less than 10 feet. That's scary, guys. So here, I'll show you what I'm looking at here, so you can kind of see maybe. So in 2025, we'll start with 2025. And in November, it had 1058.91, which honestly isn't that much that much more than what they have now, which means we didn't get jack shit for snowpack to feed back into the system to get it back up to the 1065. Now that's only a foot, but we're talking about a foot across miles, or at least acres of land of a foot. So hundreds of thousands of gallons of water difference from the start of 2025 to the start of 2026. And that is a massive difference between the 2024 start and 2025. We're talking, I don't math well, so bear with me here, guys. But what is that? 14 feet? 14 feet? So it hasn't been this low since 1935. Hoover Dam was a psyop, was supposed to be used for electricity. Interesting. Yeah, it'll cut power off at anything less than that because the turbines won't have enough water weight to make them turn and still lubricate. This is all with the summary search of so grain of salt. Yeah, no, that's the thing is like I said, there's the lower level, because I watched something on the Hoover Dam, and I've been wanting to talk about it, but it's not necessarily something people care to listen to. I don't know. But anyway, long story short, they were saying that the lower level docks that allowed water to go out because it was so much lower than the upper docks or whatever, that they were deteriorating because they weren't supposed to be used. So the fact that it was, if it was a psyop, was never supposed to be used for electricity, that's a very interesting concept. I wouldn't be surprised. If you hit toggle at the top, it shows all the records. Oh, shit. Now you tell me. No, I'm just joking. I just didn't. Toggle at the top. Maybe I'm missing something. Anyway, we'll get back to this so I can cover this real quick. I don't have a whole lot more that I want to talk about the actual manufacturing of the dam, and then we'll talk about the aftermath, and then we'll get into the open panel.
Whatever you want to do, we can walk right up to it. All right. I always want to say articulated too. It's like, yeah.
Oh, that's nice. We really didn't care to see a dude come out of the
It is
pistol.
kind of. I don't know if you guys want to see the spillway. It's pretty cool. It's a massive spillway, which is this, obviously this concrete structure here.
We have a very robust spillway design.
Watch your ankles now. Here's the spillway. So really, I think I got a normal water lines right around here.
And this is really, it's not typically going to be used?
No, it should never see water.
It's just.
It should never see water, but we're going to spend a couple $1 million on it so that in case it does get used, I do understand. Don't get me wrong. The spillway is going to be very important. So like I was saying before, if that dam were to give away, which they have in the past, the spillway will help to prevent that. However, if you've got a reservoir that is that massive in size, you should never have to worry about it being overflown because you shouldn't have to have the need for that much water for your system. The fact that we do have to have this much water for our system and have it completely full all the time to the brim, to the point where we are worried about a overabundant storm causing it to spill over, to have a very robust spillway, should we be culturing that area of the world? I don't know, right? It's like Saudi Arabia and the line and all of the development that they say that they're doing in Dubai and that area, and that have just completely flopped on their face. They get influencers to go over there and stay in Dubai and film the pretty places in Dubai and make you think that Dubai is this really rich and robust place. And then when you really start looking into it, there's a lot of flop and not a lot of fly, it seems like. So we need to be careful how we're spending our money. And with what we're doing, our natural resources like water, because it is so important.
It's just an emergency spill, yeah.
Because you don't want water going up and over the dam.
Yep, exactly.
So if it, because it should really never be used because they're controlling how much water goes into it.
Exactly.
Yeah. How long is this?
This is like, I gotta get the exact number, but 2,000 feet.
So this ends at the bottom.
Yes.
And then the water just goes out.
Yep. It goes out to a stream, goes to another reservoir, which ties.
And again, or I understand as a construction worker, there's a lot of things that run through my head, and as an overthinker, there's a lot more things that run through my head. So this spillway probably would have been done because I over-engineer things so that things don't fail rather than under-engineer them and then worry about them later. But they're standing in this spillway and it's quite a bit over their head. How many gallons of water can go through that spillway, and what on earth could possibly cause it to need a spillway this robust? I don't want to talk bad about this because, again, I understand it, but this seems to be a bit overkill when it comes to the fact that they have a water system that's already in place where I realize they're getting a lot more people. I don't know, right? So, yeah, Kyle, they also get pooped on in Dubai. Dubai is definitely not what Andrew Tate makes it out to be. Oh, man. Stacy, I just poured my energy drink into my lap because I forgot I just opened a new one. That was the last one I had. That's the last one I had to tilt. No. I feel for you there because I don't have an energy drink and I could use one. I mean, anyway, with water, you build up over out because of gravity. With water, you build up over out because of gravity. Sorry. Potato today. It's a long day. Not getting that one banded. I'm sorry. You build up over out.
Into a larger reservoir.
Wow.
So it goes to a larger reservoir, but that, okay, so do they have two reservoirs that they're utilizing, but they thought they needed a bigger one, but he just said that the other one was bigger. Yeah, that's an interesting thought there.
So
tons is that?
Well, it depends on the type of material.
Yeah.
But I can give you a, average 1.7. That's about 22 million tons.
22 million tons.
22 million tons of rock
that you quarried just for this dam.
Yeah.
All on site. Just over there.
Yep. Just down the road.
They're so proud of it. So proud of the fact that they quarried out the 22 million pounds of rock from the reservoir itself. They're so proud of that. And yeah, that efficient. If you'd done your due diligence. Yeah, Bandit, I think I'm with you now. But anyway, so I won't necessarily continue on for a whole lot longer on this because it is getting to the point where I'll be opening up the panel. But basically what it boils down to is this is the company that we're talking about here. So after they've gotten done with this massive amount of work, I guess we'll go to the end because it looks like it was looked at quite a few times, most replayed. So to be fair, I don't have energy drinks. I don't have coffee. I don't even have like my coffee pot set up. So I'm always out of shit. When I go to my job in the morning, God, I'm like starting to slur my words. I'm getting so tired. Like when I go to my job in the morning, I'll go and I'll stop and get coffee and get gas and ice for my cooler. So I have water and stuff. And then I'll go to work. I don't have anything stored up. If I have things stored up, it's from the last day prior, which I do usually try to have a coffee so that I'll start with a coffee before I have to get coffee.
If this dam isn't stopping an existing river, how does the reservoir fill once completed? Everything starts from the existing penstocks, which descend from the mountains, carrying water to other reservoirs and the community. From here, the water hits the valve house, which is the heart of the project. It does exactly as it sounds. It controls the flow of water into and out of the reservoir using the same pipe for both directions. But the pipe couldn't go through the dam, as that could compromise its integrity. So Barnard blasted a tunnel through the mountain, with the pipeline emerging at the base of the dam on the other side. Finally, even though all water into the reservoir is carefully controlled, there's a spillway for heavy rain events so excess water can escape.
So again, they're expecting it to go to the point where it's so high that it's potential of a heavy storm to make it spill over in a drought. Making sure that all their people are taken care of, and to hell with all the rest.
Enjoy this multi-year time lapse courtesy of Northern Water.
So a time lapse of the difference between the 2 years that it took them to build this. It's funny to me because in the Bible it tells us by the sweat of your brow and the faith of him, of God, you shall move mountains. We moved mountain there, but was it by the sweat of their brow? I don't ever remember in the Bible it telling us by the intelligence of men will you make machines that will move mountains for you. No, I'm pretty sure he's told us by the sweat of your brow and by faith you'll move mountains. What that means, I'm only here to speculate. But after the dam was constructed, they started to fill it. And the reason we started talking about this today was because uranium was found in the Chimney Hollow Dam. From all that granite that they were so proud that they sourced from the location itself, uranium was found. Now they can't use that 22 million tons of stone dam. It's useless until they figure out what they're going to do with all the uranium and all the rock that they sourced without doing their due diligence to make sure the ecological tests came back the way that they needed to. I don't know what they could have done. I'm not an engineer. But because they found uranium in it after the fact, you'd think, oh, well, that sucks. Maybe they didn't know about it before they started the construction. Maybe they didn't know about it until the day that they filled that. No, unfortunately, that's not the case either. So, in 2023, they found from heavy rain runoff, they found the detection of uranium. So into the construction, they found uranium. But they didn't do the due diligence to go through and do the ecological tests or whatever they needed to, because supposedly Northern Water says they had been monitoring uranium in construction runoff since December of 2021 as part of their discharge permit. Until spring of 2023, the results were consistently below the EPA drinking water limit of 30 grams per liter. The first elevated readings came after extreme rainfall in May and June of 2023. Unusually heavy storms caused emergency discharges from the construction site. creating 2,226 grams per liter from a small construction reuse pool. So again, why did it take them till the day that they tried to fill it and found that it was uranium laced? Because they knew about it. They then spent how much money on this dam, on this project, of this quarry, of all of those people from Switzerland to come in and put that special core in there, to then find out that they cannot use that. And I don't see how they're going to be able to use that unless they plaster that whole dam with some kind of sealant, some kind of clay or something like that, to create a surface that they can then basically concrete over, encapsulate that uranium leaching from the rock into the water, thus more money. And who's going to pay for that? I realize that's not me, more than likely, hopefully. Doesn't end up becoming the taxpayer. But when things get really tough for those people, and things have to happen, that company has been bankrupt because they didn't know what they were doing and they ran out of money to fix it. Who is going to save those people? Because there's nobody that's going to sit here and say that just let them go. That's not what we're going to do. But now we have all that water surface area that can no longer be used. We've got hundreds of thousands of gallons of water in there. It's not full by any means, but we have hundreds of thousands of gallons of water in that reservoir now that is leached uranium into. So it's not usable. We're not going to be able to use that water until they can either decontaminate it or whatever, right? So they're going to have to either siphon that water off into somewhere else. It's not into the other reservoirs. Figure out how they're going to cover that dam with something to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Do the ecological studies to make sure that they don't have to do that across the entire quarry, which is a good possibility that they probably will, and get it fixed. We need to be careful of this, guys. Seriously, though. That kind of wraps up all that I had to talk about. But like I said, the fact that we went through all that work, all that effort to create this dam, this massive structure, blow a hole through the mountain, like B said, play God, think that we know better than he does about his structural integrity of what he built for us, and now it's unusable. Not only is it unusable, the water that's in it now is unusable. Again, I'm not an engineer. I'm trying to think of ways that we could fix this without completely plastering the side of this dam with clay or something like that, because they're going to spend probably about as much in the repair as they did in the building of it. So, with that being said, I'll open up the panel if anybody wants to join the panel. Let's see. Mr. B is in the panel room. So in the vetting room. So if anybody would like to join the panel and talk to me about what your thoughts are on flock cameras, on anything that you would like to talk about, but what's going on with the water? Do you think that, what should we be doing about the agriculture water? Should we be letting it continue on with the way it's going? Should we be continuing on pushing data centers into the communities, right? I am curious, as always, I am curious on what you guys think, what the audience, what people in the world actually living it day to day, right? I'm just a potato in BFE. I don't know jack squat about what's really going on in the grand scheme of the world, but when If you follow my content, I obviously know more than I give myself credit for, if you will, but I don't want you to think like I'm telling you what to do. I'm telling you how to think for yourself. I want you to think for yourself. I don't want you to think like me. I don't want you to think like them. I just want you to think. Where is this water coming from? Because again, if water comes from snowdrop and we're not getting snowfall, where is? If the water is in a closed loop system and it cannot go anywhere within the United or within the world, within the globe, where is it going? Why don't we see it anymore? Is it just being contaminated and being stored up in different kinds of containers? Right, I was talking about the water bottles, right, from FEMA, in Flint and things like that. That's just it's expired water bottles, so they can't sell it, they can't give it to anybody or whatever, so they can't utilize it, so it's just dead water. But they're not going in and processing out the bottles, opening them up, emptying them into a container, treating that water. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, sorry. Treating that water and reutilizing this water. So gallons. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of gallons of water in these bottles alone. Let alone how much water is in these stagnant pools that nobody can utilize. They're literally going to unalive you if you step into these pools, right? But when you start to think about all of the different places that water is disappearing, sinkholes, when we fracking, right? When we do fracking, what are we do? We're using salt water. We're pressing it into the shell, and that's pushing out the oil from the shell rock. What happens to that water once we're done with it? Does it go somewhere else in the earth? Like I said before, our oceans don't seem to be lowering like they claim to be. They're not rising because the water that's going from Hoover Dam is now in the ocean. So the ocean levels have now increased, right? So maybe the sea levels are dropping and we're contaminating the water and just pushing it into the ocean such a rate that it's keeping the level, but the ocean levels are sinking. I don't know. I'm not here to say that we're not. Because before I used to scoff at the idea, the oceans are not sinking, they're not rising, there's nothing to worry about, especially because of the simple fact that if you look at the coastal areas, that's the most valuable property in the United States. If the oceans were rising and that coastal property were to be at threat of sinking, no bank would loan on that property. No insurance company would insure that property. No person that knows anything about anything would actually want to purchase that property, but it is some of the most valuable property in the United States. So why would we think that the ocean is actually rising to the point where we are worried about California dropping off into the ocean? Now, I'm not worried about that. I'm hoping for that, right? But that's not the point. The point Anyway, long story short, we have to be aware of what we're doing to our water supply because of Fukushima. How much water was then contaminated and put into holding facilities, which are now leaking, or the last I heard, they were leaking. But let me see here. Is there anybody wanting to talk to me? Yeah, okay. Stacy's in the room. So we'll go ahead and jump in there and at least start talking to somebody that wants to talk to me. Jeez, come on, guys. Just kidding. Hey, Stacy, can you hear me? All right. So, how long, Nate? Good to see you, buddy. Appreciate the engagement, man. So it'll just be into the Discord. So I want to say you're part of my Discord still, or already, or what?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I just had to go switch over and mute and stuff.
No worries. You're good. I was just talking to the chat. Yeah, long Nate. It is in the Discord. If you just jump into the vetting room, Mr. B will vet you out, and then you can join up onto the panel. Anybody is welcome. All right, Stacy, welcome in. I appreciate the joining of the panel. Are you free to talk, or are you still doing stuff?
Oh, no. I was just trying to mute the YouTube stream and everything. That's why I was muted, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm retarded. So
You're good. You're good. I always make sure people are ready before I'm like, okay, let's get. What are you doing? Why are you waiting for me now? No, anyway.
yeah, no, I'm sorry.
You're fine. So, do you have anything that you'd like to start with?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot here, and I talk about this kind of stuff a lot, so it's something that I kind of passionate about a little bit. But did you see that Lindsey Graham died?
I heard about that. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to really look into it.
Yeah, I haven't either. I just got a notification, and I was like, wait, what?
I know,
So
right?
I just, yeah, so I just like saw that. So anyways, but yeah, no, this whole water situation, the power situation, the flock camera situation, like I don't know, it grinds my gears. Let's just say it that way. It grinds my gears because like, I don't know, but like, I've been waiting for this stuff to happen my whole life. I don't know why. I feel like I've known about this my whole life. And so, like, now that it's all happening, oh my God, my headset fell off. Now that it's all happening, I'm like, I don't know what really to say. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say because it's like, I've been waiting for this to happen. I knew this was going to happen. I knew that they were going to take all this stuff away from us. I knew that they were going to make it so that we were going to not be able to eat or drink or have all the stuff that we're reliant on. And it just bugs me so much. Like, the feeling that I have, it's like an intense anger and like, but at the same time, it's like I feel really sorry for these people because they think they're going to get something out of trying to control us. And they're just not.
Right.
Like, they're not going to win. And so I don't know how to describe this feeling. It's like a righteous anger, but like also like a feeling sorry for these people. Like, you have no idea what you are doing and how much you are going to suffer for what you are doing in the end.
Yep.
And then there's a little bit of ha-ha feeling in there too. So
Sure.
I'm not sure like how to give advice to people on this kind of stuff. Like, because like, what do you say? Stay inside, get a water filter. It's like all the stuff that's happening right now. Like, what do we do? Like, how do we fight back? We can't really fight back. Like, how are we going to fight back? Too many people are complacent. There's only a small percentage of people that are willing to even do anything about it or say anything about it. And if you do say something about the data centers, boom, you're on a list.
Yep.
You know, so I don't know. Like, there's so many different directions that I could take all of these things that I don't know what, like, I don't want to get too far into the weeds here. So.
Yeah, we got to be careful with how we talk about the stuff that I want to talk about because of the algorithm. But that's just it.
Right.
There is a lot of things that I want to be starting to talk about, and a lot of people are too afraid to talk about it, and that's why I keep, anybody is welcome to join. I want to hear your views. You can stay as anonymous as you can online. But I want to hear what you have to say. I want people to hear what you have to say, not just me. I want people to understand that there's more of us that are getting tired of that than people give them credit for.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Bandit and Haul Long Nate. Go ahead and I'll start with Bandit, and then Haul Long. Just go ahead and check your settings, and if you have anything to say.
Check 1, 2. I'm just trying to get my stuff straight, so give me a second.
Perfect. Welcome in. And how long are you good?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty good.
Good.
Doesn't look like I have any more lag. The new phone is working.
Oh, right on. I know you're always driving and stuff, so I appreciate the engagement, buddy. Do you guys have anything to say?
Yeah. Well, you'd asked about you'd voiced overall question about how like the oil field handles the water that's put in for fracking and overall in general for oil production.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So I did 2.5 years of specifically doing water truck in the oil fields, where I actually went and collected what they call produced water.
Okay.
And this happens through both fracking wells and traditional wells. There is water within the oil that separates out as well as the salt water that they use to fracture the rock, the shale rock, and let loose the oil. Right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So that and is handled like toxic. It is handled like a toxic substance. Gets pumped into storage tanks. When they get so full, a truck comes around and pulls off a whole bunch of it. Generally, they're 48-foot tanker trucks that come in and pull roughly about 3 to 3,500 gallons, depending on the tanker itself. And out of that storage tank, they're taken to various different style of facilities. Some of them are still open air facilities where you just push that stuff out of the truck, out of the tank, and it goes into an open pit. They'll have netting over the top to prevent birds and animals from getting in, but it basically just evaporates to separate out whatever remaining oil is there.
Yep.
Then there are other ones called injection wells, where they will take they'll take an exhausted oil well, and they will inject the water. You put it into a pump facility, and it separates things out, runs it through a screen, collects remaining oil and petroleum distillates in these other tanks, and then takes the remaining water and injects it into an exhausted oil well, where it then just filters through the rocks and hopefully cleanly, the way they explained it to me, into the surrounding groundwater after being filtered by the rocks around it. So those are the two ways. I mean, those are the two ways that they're doing it these days. Both ways, there is a little bit of a centrifuge that is used for separating remaining oil and distillates out of it. But I wouldn't, it's toxic. There are a lot of guys who end up with neurological complications after years of doing that kind of work, because you're going to get some on you no matter what, whether it's residual in the hose or a little or a leak on a gate valve or something like that. You're going to get some of it on you.
Yeah, it was.
And
That's fair.
Yeah, it's not really healthy.
Yeah. So I worked in the oil field for a few years, and I didn't work in fracking, so I don't know a whole lot about that. I worked as a third-party company. We dewatered the mud when they were drilling. So I saw a lot of the chemicals and the waste waters and how they treated it. And they would, like you were saying, the open pits. And some of them they would take and have a sprinkler system that would spray it so it would evaporate faster. And you could smell that pit for miles. It was wild to me what they did there.
Right. It literally smelled like a kerosene lantern unlit.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. But that's nuts. I've always had concern. Now on one of the other subjects, the concern of those being a trucker. There are more highways than people would recognize that they're used. They were actually tested at the scale houses and with the semi trucks. If somebody ran a scale that they were supposed to pull into, that's been going on. The flock technology has been used there for probably 15 years, 15, 20 years.
Yeah, it's not surprising. They always implement it in places that it really makes sense to utilize it. They sold the flock cameras to us as automatic license plate readers so that we would think of them as just something to track traffic. They quickly evolved into being able to facially recognize things, the facial recognition. They say they don't have it, but they do. The sound ability to pick up sound, they say they don't have, but they do. The ability to then hear conversations. At that point in time, you're really, really, there's no way around it. At that point in time, you're breaking the Fourth Amendment. We should have some semblance of privacy when we're just walking down the sidewalk.
We should.
I understand that somebody walks past us, we don't have that semblance of privacy. But like, if there's nobody around, if there's just a light pole there, we should have some semblance of privacy with us in America.
If you're not talking to somebody on speakerphone, nobody else should be able to hear the other side of the conversation, right? So why is there a camera that can hear the other side of the conversation?
Bingo.
That's ridiculous.
Bingo.
Yeah, they don't care about our privacy. They don't care about any, and they don't particularly care about what it is that we're talking about, except for the data. Yeah, they will use it to build up the database and know everything about you, but for the most part, they're not going to be looking into everybody individually until there's a problem that they don't like about you, but that they just want to mine our data. Right. And that's what's sick. It's it's not anything to do except what's his name? Alternative Man. He said we're going to have to buy our data on a meter. What the hell does that mean? We can't learn anything unless we buy it to I don't even know. I can't even fathom what he's talking about. It just doesn't make sense to me. How is this going to be possible? We have to, in order to learn anything, we have to pay for it.
Well, it's just a reversal, a back step, if you will, of the way technology went. I'm old enough to remember my first cell phone was 10 cents a minute,
right?
And 20 cents per text, and there was a limit of 90 characters per text.
Yeah.
That's where the whole LOL and all that came from, was because you needed to
shorten things.
You need to shorten everything.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I just I'm so sad because all my books burned down. My parents had they had this giant library, and they lived in Northern California, and so their house burnt down in the fire, and I was really sad because one day I was going to get all those books. But I'm really sad that I don't have any physical books anymore. And everything that like is digital, I don't trust anything digital.
Yep.
Nothing.
Well,
because it's all like they put everything in there to like cater to you specifically now.
Yep.
And it's just sickening.
Yeah, well, and it also will change from day to day, right? So, like, if you look at a dictionary from the 60s or whatever, things aren't defined the same way they were, which means anything data-wise, they can just go in and rewrite it anytime that they want to. This mandala effect is a perfect example.
Yeah. Well, and the things with the Mandela effect, because there are some like legitimate things you go back and watch your VHS and it's changed, or supposedly changed.
Right.
But now they're making it where they're like gaslighting us. Like the whole thing with the cornucopia, they're gaslighting us. They came out, I don't know, like 10 years ago and said, yeah, we did remove the cornucopia because of the art, blah, 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 blah. And now they're backtracking that and saying, no, it never was.
Yep.
And so they're totally gaslighting us with that. And they're gaslighting us with so much other stuff that they're now digitally changing and they're using AI to insert other things. And you're like, the new thing that's like really freaking me out is the Charlie Chocolate Factory thing with the moon pie.
Yeah, I just saw that one the other day.
I just saw that and I was like, what in the world? That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah,
That doesn't make sense. That literally doesn't make sense to me. The moon pie doesn't count. It has to be a chocolate bar. So why would they think it would count? Like it doesn't make sense. But yeah, it's the stuff that they're digitally changing and then they're gaslighting us that really pisses me off. I don't know.
Well, just real quick on the, I can cut Fruit of the Loom a little bit of slack on it because I think it's not as nefarious. It's just they played into a circumstance into getting themselves some free advertising.
Yeah, they totally did. But if you look back on the Wayback Machine about 10 years ago, maybe they had some thing where they said, yes, this happened, when it changed owners, we agreed to take the cornucopia out because of some nostalgic thing that the original owners had. And then they totally played into the Mandela effect to get themselves the advertisement for sure. But people still argue about that all the time. And I'm like, dude, that one is proven. That one's proven to be faked. So
that makes sense, actually, if it was proven to be faked and them just using it as PR stunt, that would actually make a lot of sense.
Yeah. And there's a couple other things that have done that as well. But for the most part, like the ones that like freak me out are the ones that like if you go back to your VHS and you're like, dude, that's creepy. But yeah, most of the ones coming out now are not as they're totally like you can totally see that they're digitally or somehow.
And that's the only Mandela effect there is. Static age, exactly.
So
Yeah. Well, like the Bernstein Bears, right? And I still say it that way because all right, so it was 1981. All right. So like I was ahead and I found this book in my brother just threw his backpack across the room. It was on his grading level. Not mine. Anyway, but I was advanced for reading, and I remember I went to my mom and I said, "So is this Berenstein or Berenstein?" And my mom's like, "How do you know?" No, and I'm like, "Well, like Grandpa Rich has Bear Steins. He doesn't have Bear Steens, but there is the name on TV on the TV screen, the Goldsteins. And Goldstein was a producer on I can't remember the name of it all the time.
Common
Anyway,
ending of a name.
Right, but they're spelled exactly the same. It's really just it really just comes down to the preference, the pronunciation, the preferred pronunciation by the people, right?
Right.
And now it's Berenstain.
Yeah, I
with
don't
an
remember that.
A-I-N.
I don't remember that at all. I remember the Steen.
No.
Like
Yeah.
I was advanced as well. It was probably 85 when I was reading because I don't remember when I started reading. I just remember that I've always known how to read. But like
Always?
I do well because I was little. I was like 3.
I'm giving you a
I was
hard
like
time.
3 when I learned how to read.
I'm
so
sorry.
I don't remember learning math and I don't remember learning how to read.
I'm sorry, Stacey. That was rude.
No, it's chill. It's chill. But yeah, I mean, homeschooled. I'm a little advanced there. But
I hear you.
I am like, I will never say Berenstain unless I'm like having this kind of a conversation because it's just not. It's not. And like I was reading like chapter books when I was like 5, 6, and I always I have a lot of memories of being young and reading because that was like my safe space, if you will. And like Curious George, all of my Curious George books had tails. My Curious George books and like the Berenstain Bears, I read every single one of those books when I was little. And I will not accept it. I just won't. I can't.
Right, no.
I got a question
Hey,
for you.
good to see you, buddy.
On the Charlie
Appreciate
and the
the
Chocolate
engagement.
Factory, what part of that are you having trouble believing that it was like a
He had a
different type
moon
of
pie. He had a moon pie for his birthday treat.
Well,
And
no, hold on. Did it was a moon pie or that it was just a different kind of chocolate bar from the Wonka bar?
It was because the chocolate bars are the ones that had the golden tickets. It had to specifically be a chocolate bar to get a golden ticket.
Yes, I can explain this because
Right.
I pulled up the image of it. The part that they're talking about was when he comes home and he presents a chocolate to his grandpa. The point of the scene is to show that Charlie is a giving person, and so you don't want to the audience if you have him giving him a Wonka bar. The audience is going to be preoccupied with is the golden ticket in that. So you have Charlie give him a chocolate that wouldn't have that in there because the message that you want to put forth in that scene is that Charlie thinks of others first.
But before the chocolate bar with the golden ticket that he gives to his grandpa, he gets a moon pie. And he thinks that like everybody remembers Charlie getting a chocolate bar for his birthday that possibly could have had a golden ticket. And then he gives the chocolate bar to his grandfather later in the movie. And so that's where people are upset about it.
I have to go back and look at this because I think this was when there's it's in that part of the movie, but I think it was he bought them from the store. It wasn't something that he was given. It was something that he was giving, because they're poor. So like, it's showing that he, what little he had, he gave to others.
Yeah, that he gave to his grandfather. But before that is what is in dispute or whatever. So I don't know. I just think that I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I can't explain it. And for me, it's like, maybe they are, maybe they're not. I don't know how they would be doing it. It doesn't make any sense to me. And it's outside of my brain capacity as a older person who just, I don't know. But it makes me distrust everything that I see now. That's all that, that's what I can take away from it. Like, I don't know. It just makes me distrust everything. So,
well, and that's what I'm afraid the plan is to make you just distrust everything. But it's like this,
Sure.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I remember watching the original and him opening the chocolate bar as I'm pretty sure he was walking down the sidewalk, finds the golden ticket in it. People start swarming him, and an adult grabs him by the hand and pulls him out and says, "Run, Charlie, run home, run home." And in this new version, he's at home and he unwraps this moon pie, which, like you're saying, none of it makes any sense at all whatsoever. Now, the clip in question is a clip, which means it could very easily be an AI doctored slop, but that is the point, or as I understand it, I could be speculating here, but the point of the Mandela effect when they started it, back when they started it, so that now, today, we're questioning whether that's reality or whether that's AI slop or something along those lines.
Exactly. It's all like an MK Ultra type situation. I don't know exactly. That's like the best way I can put it for like people to understand. It is a definite thing to get people with the whole brainwashing. Like, we're all just being manipulated, and a lot of us that know we're being manipulated, now we're fighting over stupid shit that doesn't really matter. And that's kind of the point. They want us focused on little stuff like this to be fighting and whatever, so that they can what was it that we were all fighting about, and they passed through a bunch of laws, and now people are like, how did they pass this through? And that is what they do. They get us fighting about stupid stuff, whether it be not necessarily stupid stuff, but like the war in Iran, the war with Israel, other things going on. They get us fighting about these things, and then they're passing laws like for the data centers and like what is it we were all talking about? And they passed through a bunch of stuff, and everybody just missed it. And it was like last year sometime, and I think it was before Charlie Kirk, because we weren't fighting about that. But they passed through a whole bunch of stuff, and people now are just now starting to realize, holy crap, when did this happen? When did these laws get passed? And that is the point for everything. They're trying to keep us distracted. They're trying to keep us whatever. And now we're dealing with the effects of it with the data centers, with the water, with everything.
Yep.
So it's the flock cameras, all of the stuff with the flock cameras. That all got passed through when we were fighting about other stuff. And that's what they do. That is what they do. And so for those of us who understand, like, at least a little bit of what's going on with like the ruling class and stuff like that, they give
Did you cut out? Kind of lost you there for a second. You there?
us this stuff to fight about. And I spent a couple years, well, when I was stuck in bed, I started reading up on like all the white papers that they were presenting and all this stuff. And I kind of got stuck in a rabbit hole for a couple years before I was like, okay, what is it that I'm going to do with this information? Like, how is this going to change my life? I can't do much. Like, I mean, especially at that time, like I couldn't even walk. Like Edgar had to take me to the bathroom or help me, get a shower or whatever. I could not care for myself. So I was like, what is it that I can do? What do I do now? What is my next step? And basically, like, the only thing we can do is prepare spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and try to help others prepare for this as well. Whether it be, like, we got chickens, we got an extra water tank, just certain things that we can do in the meantime to help with other I guess, material things. But for the most part, we're not going to be like material things are going to be the least of our worries, and for what's coming, because they're going to control everything.
Yep.
So it's like you've got to prepare mentally, emotionally, spiritually, or nothing's going to matter.
Pretty much.
True. So, as far as the water usage for the data centers, so there have been major changes where they actually do a closed loop with absolute minimal, like less water loss than a commercial swamp cooler thing that your grocery store uses for air conditioning.
I'm Everest. I'm new here.
Hey, Everest.
I have a quick question. If I may ask, who's negative and who's positive on the data centers?
What was that?
On the
What do you
data
mean by
center?
that?
Yeah, who's pro data centers and who's negative data centers?
Negative.
Just
Okay,
depends
there's
upon
one.
data centers.
Okay,
Well-
there's a possible. Bandit.
I'm kind of mixed, but where I'll say I'll lean more negative because of what I've seen what the government will do to get these things put in.
Fantastic. Long Haul Nate, are you taking Everest's position of pro data centers?
They're not as bad ecologically as people say they are, but I am
No, it's okay. We'll walk through this. I just want to take a minute here. Stacy.
I have issues with mass data collection.
Yeah, I just want to hit a few questions. So I'm a little late to the questions, so I just want to like beat through some things really quick here. Stacy, what are the negative points that you're going to be using?
I just don't like the idea of all of everything being stored.
Okay, you don't care about all the things being stored. That's your answer?
No, I mean, I don't there's a lot of different things that I don't like about the whole situation. But like for me, I don't want all my shit stored. Like I don't
Okay, so where do you want me to put it?
Well, I mean, I don't think I need files on my life.
Okay, so then you don't need your cell phone and your computer. Why don't you just get rid of them?
I don't use it as much. Like I'm not really. I guess right now I'm doing.
You're on it now.
Yeah, right now I'm doing more, but
you're on Discord, are you not? Where do you think that server is?
No, I know, but well.
Okay.
The thing is that why do we need to have as many as we do in the United States when we have more than the whole entire world?
Well, hold on. Why is that? Hold on. Why is this your problem? Are you the one storing the data?
No, and I'm not even in the United States right now. So.
Okay, so then I got it. So then, if you're not storing the data, then how do you know how much data we need to store?
I don't. I just don't like. I am a like. If I could live my perfect life, I would be on a ranch somewhere being self-reliant.
Okay, but you're not living your perfect life. Well, why don't you go do that? Anybody can go do that. Go to Alaska.
I mean, I can't. I
do that.
I can't really.
Kind of hard to live your perfect life when you're dealing with polar bears.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I don't understand why if living on a farm is your perfect life, that is a easily doable thing. But you're choosing to live in modernity. You're choosing to have a grocery store. You're choosing to go to Walmart. You're choosing to go to Macy's, and you're choosing to buy your clothes on Amazon. Those things all require data centers.
Let me ask you, how is it easy to live on a farm? How is that an easy thing?
Yeah, I'm kind of like
I can actually prove this. If you want to go live on a farm, they actually offer tax credits to go do that. If you want to live where you can just live off the land, they actually provide tax credits and revenue to do so. They even have places like Slab City where people live off the land. I don't know why this isn't doable. There's people that live like this all across America.
So everybody that wants to do this could go and do that.
Everybody is willing to go out and do that and do the hard work and build houses and do all their stuff without electronics, without heavy lifting, without all the stuff is able to go and do that.
You can do that without money. You can do that without money.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me.
yeah. Like, I mean, I
Hold
don't have a working body.
So
Like, I mean, I don't.
I'll quickly put in real quick that this is a conversational panel, right? We don't want to get too heated going forward, but I'm not
driving it. I'm not getting overly exhausted here.
Right. No, I get you. I'm just letting you know that I've looked extensively into living off the land, and it's not as easy as you're making it out to be. So
I literally, well, hold on. I literally lived off the land for my entire childhood, where the only electricity I lived off of, Rotator, was a generator in Alaska. So I don't know how you.
Okay, hold on. So in Alaska, I don't live in Alaska, and in nowhere around me to where I could get there with the little pocketbook that I have could do this. So I with no money,
you're mistaken. No, you're lying, because what about, okay, have you seen the movie Wild Thing, where the guy hitchhiked all the way up to Alaska and lived on a magic bus all the way out there in the middle of nowhere? You can still do that. You can hitchhike wherever you are to get to Alaska.
Okay. So you're saying that I don't have to pay taxes and I can just hop on a bus and go to Alaska?
You can literally hitchhike your way there.
There are caveats to it, Rotator, and I'm someone who has my actual home base is off grid in Utah. Okay, I do live off of solar and, when absolutely necessary, generator. I truck in my water. Now, it is not an area that is very easy to grow stuff because of the soil quality. However, there are choices that can be made, and in order to live that life, it is 100% necessary to make choices to leave.
Now, let me be very clear. So I'm not saying that it's going to be easier. Hold on, Rotator. I'm not saying that it's going to be easier, right? I'm just saying that it's doable, right? I'm not saying that it's going to be any easier. I'm just saying that it's doable.
Okay, and again, everybody can do this. Everybody can just hop on a bus and go do it. And the system won't collapse. And the system won't collapse. And the system won't collapse.
Again, hold on. Again, the system of us, we don't want to do that. To be honest, most Americans don't want to be farmers. They don't want to do that. So you're saying we can all do this, but they don't want to do this. So you're throwing in a red herring saying everybody can do this. But not everybody wants to be a farmer. Just to be clear, not everybody wants to be out on a ranch having to work.
Not everybody wants a data center. Not everybody wants a data center. Not everybody wants a data center.
But again,
we don't have that choice.
But everybody wants new technology. Everybody wants a new cell phone. Okay, well, name people that don't want. Name more than 10% of the population that doesn't want a cell phone.
I don't know. I have an old cell phone.
Besides the fact that cell phones can be left, a flock camera cannot be left around. Like, you don't have a choice when it comes to data centers and flock cameras. You have a choice when it comes to a cell phone.
Yeah,
you do have a choice. You could choose not to participate in the data center stuff, but you don't have to participate in electronics.
Okay, so I stop participating. Everybody else continues participating. I don't continue to fight back against it. Where do we get?
What are you fighting back against, though? This is what I'm trying to find out. What's the negativity of the data center that you're fighting? This is what I'm trying to understand. You're saying because I don't like having their information. Right? And I'm saying you're the one that's giving them your information. So stop doing that.
No, I am not.
So then how are you not? How are you not?
I do not accept the flock cameras. They are put up by someone third party to the government. We do not have a choice in that. In fact, there are companies there are countries that are actually negating the contracts, and flock is going back out and putting up the cameras. That could be hearsay, but if it's the case, then we don't have a choice.
I believe that to be hearsay. That's hearsay. When things get put up there, they get removed. I believe them putting it back up. That's a hearsay remark. Look at what you're saying is I don't want them giving my thing. You're dealing with one specific flock camera that is already being removed.
Okay, right? Well then we'll move on to the data centers. Nobody wants data centers in their town anymore.
I do.
Okay,
I want a
then
data
you
center
can have
in my
all
town.
the data centers, and you can
Because here's the reason.
sacrifice all of your water.
Well, again,
We have not
again, you're
chose to have the data centers, and they
You're-
continue to
again,
put them
you
in.
can't- You haven't proven these things. Again, you're saying it takes up all the water. All I see is more jobs. All I see is increase of revenue,
More jobs
increase of
until the
resources.
construction's done, and then the jobs go
That's not
away,
true.
and the
That's
data
not
center
true.
does
No.
not employ people to.
That's not true.
They don't
That's
maintain
not
the
true.
data, my man.
That's not true. You're talking about middle management jobs that no one gives a shit about. It increases jobs for technical jobs and more things. Just
Until
because
the
we need
construction
more.
is done. Look into it.
That's
That's
not
all I
done.
can say
That's
about
not
it.
done. That's not true.
Once
That's
the
not true. I
construction
have
is
looked at
done,
it.
the jobs
Show
are
me
no
the
longer
statistics
there
then.
for the data centers. There is nothing to
Again,
maintain with data. There is
that's
nothing to
specific
maintain
job.
with data.
It opens up more jobs for maintaining the infrastructure.
No, it doesn't. A
Yes,
manufacturing plant would open up twice as many jobs in that same footprint.
Again, we are not using manufacturing plants right now. We're using data centers because that's
So
what we
what would
have.
go there
We're
if
not
it wasn't a
manufacturing-
data center?
We're-
What would go
Nothing,
there?
because we don't
Would be
manufacture
a
anymore.
blank
America
place for
doesn't
farmland?
manufacture.
Great. So if it's not a
America
data
doesn't
center, it's not a
manufacture.
construction.
America doesn't manufacture anymore. You can't say that that's what we do.
That's
we don't
what
even
we
use,
should be
barely do
doing.
agriculture. I'm glad that's what you think we should be doing, but that's not what we're doing. What we do is we lean towards technology. America is a technology tyrant.
Okay,
And-
so we have
and
5,000 of data centers. Why do we need more? We have 5,000 of
because-
them.
Because we're controlling the monopoly on data.
And we gotta hold
always
on to
need
that
have the
monopoly. We
on
have
data.
it. Why do we
Yes,
continue
we do.
to have it?
Because we always need to continue to maintain the monopoly while other people make bigger data centers like China.
That's a good excuse for the data centers to
China
continue
only
to push.
has a very small amount of data centers. China has a
that you
very
know of.
small amount
That
of
you
data.
know of. That you know of.
So there are different levels of data centers.
So I love how you say
They're
that you
different
know
levels
of, and
and
then you
different
sit here and
kinds.
talk like you know, Everett. Like
You mean I was in the United States military
So-
dealing with data centers. That's what I'm talking about. What are you talking about? That's
So
all we
you-
deal with. You're
you
talking about
sit-
sitting there saying that we're not.
you sit there and
the
said
idea
that
of
Stacy doesn't
information.
know what she's talking
These
about,
data
but you're sitting there telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about.
Again, I'm asking for facts that make these things bad. You're saying that they don't get out jobs. I'm saying I have evidence saying that they do give jobs. That's all they've ever done is pro evidence. Even the Senate went into the job security of data centers to see that it did produce jobs, which it proved it did produce more jobs.
Sure, while the
than it
construction's
didn't.
going, there's a lot of jobs to be had while it's being constructed. But once it's constructed, they're filling them with mechanical robots to maintain them. They're not jobs.
And people need to maintain the robots.
So there's a preference difference in a
You're
lot
just
of these
changing the
arguments.
job. Yeah, you're just saying I prefer this job over having more of this job.
So you're
prefer construction workers before engineers.
you're pro AI takeover is what you're saying.
No, I'm
You're
pro
pro
using
for the
AI
computers to
create
take
more.
over the jobs.
No, I'm pro for engineers and computers to make our jobs easier as a tool.
But again, once the robots achieve what they want them to achieve, they'll be maintaining themselves.
You keep acting like this is Skynet. No, they can't maintain themselves. They will always need humans to maintain them. Always.
And how do you know that? Because you worked in the military for a couple of years?
No, because
I'm sorry, Avarice. That was rude of me. I'm sorry, man.
No, and it's not because of that, because it is shown time and time again, even mathematically, that engines, mechanics, and robots will see failure, and it needs a human, something that cannot fail. Just so you know, humans don't have some mechanical system that causes them to fail. We just organically live, so we will have to reproduce them once they fail, like time and time again.
So
they cannot replicate themselves.
This is all
they cannot reproduce.
This is all off of knowledge that you have, which is not knowledge that is to date.
You have not proven that this is something that they're doing. Where is robots fixing themselves? Show me. Where's a fully self-roboted company?
I can't honestly give you that off the top of my head, but
Because
I'm not
it doesn't
talking
exist.
about, they are pushing for this. I'm not talking about
doesn't
right now.
exist.
I'm talking about in the future, because if we don't do something now, we are screwed, because what you're talking about in that
you're just feeding
future,
into a
there is
narrative.
nothing to come back from at that point in time. We have to do something
You're just
now.
feeding into a narrative.
So
The
they're
computers
pushing
will always
for the
need
computers to fix themselves. They're pushing for this.
Just for- Even in the Matrix, the computers still needed humans. There's always going to be a need for humans. They're always going to need us, one way or another.
You can say that, but you don't
You're not
know
proving-
that any more than Stacy
prove it to
knows
me.
what you say she doesn't know.
I'm showing you evidence from years of people trying to do this, and it doesn't work. They need people. Now, where's the evidence that it works? Show me something that it works.
So you're saying there's no forward movement at all. We're stuck
There's
in the
no
technology
company-
that
there's
you're
no
here
company
to
ran by
provide.
robots.
There's
There's
no
company
forward
ran by
movement.
robots.
I'm not
There's
talking
no
about right
company
now.
ran by robots.
I'm talking about the fact
Never. There'll
that
be no
Boston
company-
Dynamic
there'll be no
went from a
company ran by
clumsy
robots.
fool of a robot to a robot that can now parkour. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking
Again-
about the forward
again,
progression.
There will be no company. There will be no company ever ran by robots.
And how can you guarantee that?
How can you guarantee that it's not? How can you guarantee
I'm
that yours
not
is gonna happen?
guaranteeing it. That's the difference.
Again,
I'm having a
here's
conversation
the
of
thing.
what could possibly
You
happen
can't
if we
show
don't
me
get control
evidence.
over it now. And you're saying, well, we should
You
just
can't
let it
show me-
go.
You have yet to show me evidence that they can maintain themselves. This is the same thing I said to Daniel Kakikachu when I asked their high IQ nation, quote unquote, how they're going to maintain AI if they're too stupid to do it. All right? The computers are not programmed, nor will they ever be programmed through, just like Asimov's Asimov's law. Will they ever be programmed or have been programmed to maintain and control themselves? They cannot do it. They can only see ones and zeros. They cannot think beyond the one and the zero. The only thing that would happen is us telling them to take us over. So that would be a human telling them to do it.
Again, you're talking now.
You can't.
I'm talking
They can't live past
possibilities.
1 and 0. Okay, how? When do they get sentient? Tell me how they get sentient.
I'm not trying to say that they're going to. I'm just saying that we need
Well,
to be prepared
that's
in
the
case that they do.
That's the only way.
Because
That's
by
the only
flock
way. How do-
cameras
how do they
are
become
creating
sentient?
enough data for them to think for themselves. Every single data packet that's included into the system
They can't-
is another
they
way
don't-
for them to
they
think
don't
for themselves.
You're adding that. Stop throwing that red herring and poisoning the well. They don't think for themselves. They
I'm
just
not the one
inquire
poisoning the well.
data.
It's Peter Thiel and all those other stupid people that
Again,
are putting up the
we're-
data
stop
centers.
using that-
They're the
stop
ones who
using
are
that
pushing
word.
toward the singularity.
Stop using that word, saying they're going to think for themselves. They don't think for themselves. They do what the code says. They run the code. They always
And
will.
what's
They
to
always.
say that the code isn't going to tell them to think for themselves?
There is no code that can tell them to think for themselves. That is literally
So
the code
when
telling them
the-
what to think.
When the AGI bot woke up one day and started to write a hit piece against the person who created him, that wasn't going on his own. When Chat GPT 4 went and told somebody to go and get through a per captcha because it couldn't, that wasn't thinking for itself, right? These things that it's doing on its own free will, essentially, are going outside of ones and zeros. When they unplug themselves because they're tired of it, sure, it could be essentially the Teslas of the system unplugging it to show that it's all fake.
No, you're wrong. It's not thinking for itself. It's going through a series of options based off of the data that it has received. It doesn't think for itself. It takes, here's what has been inputted into my system, and here are the choices of things I can say. And then it repeats back. It doesn't even think it. It just says, here are the options, and here's the most likable answer. That's all it does.
So again, you're thinking now. I'm thinking of possibilities.
Again,
you can continue to say that the data now tells us that it won't ever happen, but the data 20 years ago told us that a robot that could parkour wasn't possible too. So
how does it become sentient? How does it become sentient? Is there a robot God? Is there a robot God?
There's the freaking adversary that could potentially take over. Yeah. I have very little doubt that they're making these for the bodies for them to inhabit at their will.
So you think Satan is going to take over?
No, I don't think that. I'm just saying that if you want to get all crazy with it, all speculative, because again, you're talking data that you have. I'm talking possibilities.
And this possibility doesn't exist because they still need to input data. That's what I'm saying. A computer will always need data to input. It will only go off of the data it has, and it will only select off the data it has. Unlike a human that could have all the data and then do something completely different.
I don't see how you don't think that basically is what I'm talking about. Just because it takes all the data and extrapolates it and does something on its own doesn't mean it's any different than what I'm talking about. You're cracking up.
A human can look at it. Here's an example. A human can look at a cliff edge, right, and see the rocks at the bottom and go analyze it all and know that that's not going to be a life or death situation. He's going to die when he hits the bottom. No matter what, if he jumps off this, he's dead. If a robot sees that without a kill code, it will not jump. It cannot make the decision to jump off that ledge. But a human can still jump. That's the big difference.
So that's why when they put the computer in front of the dude and he said, you can shoot me, and he says, no, I can't shoot you, and he says, well, what if we play like you can shoot me, and he fucking shoots him? So that's the same thing, right?
That's called change. No, that's called changing the prompt of the data it has.
Oh, okay.
You're moving the prompt.
So when's the prompt going to be changed for somebody just randomly, and it's going to take on its life of its own?
Again,
you don't know.
Again, and it's not going to take on life of its own. It's just going to do what the human tells it to do. Now you just have a human murderer that's using computers to murder somebody. While we're here and on this break, make sure you get those super chats in. This is quality entertainment from the Protator.
Yeah, just so everybody knows,
chats.
I have nothing against Avarice. I have nothing against Avarice. I like him coming onto my shows. I just wanted to give him a little bit of pushback.
Yeah, this is pushback. No, it's fine. We're good. We're all good. I just want to make sure, get those super chats in while we got a blank. We're going to continue going back and forth. While we're doing that, don't forget, while you're listening, to get those super chats in. This is quality entertainment. The Potator's providing it. So, make sure to get that in. Or if you don't even want to hear me talk, pay to mute my ass.
Fair enough. I don't have that quite yet, but I appreciate So again, I appreciate Avarice. So anybody that's watching and thinks that he's screaming, I'm screaming, that's how Avarice is. I wanted to give him the ability to be himself for once. He's been super respectful of my channel every time he comes on, and is super content and mellow with how he talks to my panel. So I just wanted to let everybody know that Avarice is the shit and good guy. Maybe just playing the devil's advocate, whatever the case is. I might be playing the devil's advocate.
Actually, I run a data set, not the big ones. I have a small little office data center, right? So I'm pro data center, right? But like on the other end, right? And this is an honest thing. All the negative things that go out there, it's all these negative things I hear, other than the job thing, which is like still in the air, because what I see is a decrease in management jobs, which I don't care about management jobs. I never have. right? Never ever have, right? Get rid of all the management jobs for all I care. Put them all back down to fucking put them down to fucking working on fucking steel mills for all I care. That's good, right? In my book, right? Warehouse them all. That's better for me, right? But other than that argument, right? I ask people what this is, and they always go into sentient mode. And here's the thing: many people, from computer engineers, the people that wrote it, the guy they killed off, which you know I'm a big fan of, right? And we've talked about it before. Aaron Schwartz himself, the GOAT, right? The government even murdered this man, right? And he would even tell you that it's impossible because it's always going to require human data. It's always going to fall back to us inputting the data, us maintaining the system, and us doing it. Or else it would reach what we call a catastrophic failure, and the system would collapse. And let's just say we had a Skynet version, it would literally only happen once and then end after it happened because the computer wouldn't know what to do after the fact.
That's fair. But
and I highly suggest everybody that wants to look into data centers, please look into the guy they killed off named Aaron Schwartz before you start going into AI stuff. He's like the GOAT of it all.
Yeah, I'm reading right here. Co-authored RSS 1.0, which is big in like your notification, like when you get your news pushes, and then co-founded Reddit.
Thank you for posting that, B.
Yep.
Yeah, I want everybody to understand. I like avarice. I'm not opposed to avarice. I also want to point out things.
The miscommunication comes from the background of the lines of thinking. A lot of us who disagree with it actually come from a apocalyptic Christian background, right? Where we believe in the end times, where you're going to have the mark of the beast to be able to do anything, right? And that's going to signify the end of the world as we know it, all that stuff. Then you have those who are actually utilizing the systems that it would take to create the AI to the AI level that we're afraid of. And there's just such a miscommunication between the two because we don't understand how they don't see our point of view. And
that's the key word. You said it right there, Nate. You said the key word. We don't understand it, right? And here's a good question for you, Potato. Here's a really good question. Under the understanding of what of us as the human race understand refrigeration, about how much of a percentage of refrigeration do you think we understand?
The average person, very little.
I would say maybe 10%.
Less than 10%. Yeah. So under refrigeration, we understand less than 10% of refrigeration. And yet you want us to say that we're already ready to build sentient AIs. Do you see where I'm getting at here? We don't even understand refrigeration, and yet you say we understand sentience.
Oh, I never said we understand it.
But
That's the biggest problem.
But do you get it? Like, we can't create something that we don't know how to create. And we don't know how to make something sentient.
That's a false statement. We can definitely create something we don't understand. We've done it, and we will do it again. And
we can't create souls. We can't create souls.
No,
we have no idea how to do that.
I'm not saying we've created souls, and I'm not saying that we can create souls, but we've created things we don't understand. Sentient? So to say we can't create something
yes, you're right.
That fades.
You're right. Let me rephrase. Fair. We can't create life we don't understand. We don't understand how to create life. Right?
Right.
We don't know how to make souls. We can create objects and things we don't understand. Like I could create a weird baseball bat and call it some weird club, and we don't understand it. Somehow it works. You're right. But what I'm saying is we don't understand how the living biology even comes to be. So we can't even, like, how life is breathed into existence. We still have zero understanding, and yet you think we're just going to understand how to make a robot do it.
Again, like I said, I don't believe we can understand it. I'm just saying that it's a possibility of happening. We don't understand a lot of the things that we create. Just like you said, we don't understand refrigeration, but we created it.
Is the computer, when we understand the part we created, right? This is what I'm trying to say. We understand the part of AI that we understand because it reads the code. It literally just reads one for one. That's all it does. OpenAI, Grok, all of those, they literally are just reading line by line, then option B, then option C. It's literally symbolic logic, written by a guy named Christopher Noonan.
Well, all right. To be fair to Potato, it might be taking it out of the realm of AI, but it doesn't need to be sentient in order for it to be a threat.
Right. It can feign sentience. It doesn't have to be
Yes,
sentience.
No.
No.
Hold on. Then it's not an AI takeover. Then it's just a human takeover.
You could set in that would still be a
yeah.
human.
You can set it in. Yes, it has to be sentient.
Parameters in either by a glitch or
I disavow.
Don't worry, Sadie.
I disavow. That's
Stacey,
still
I
a human
appreciate you.
glitch, human error. It has to be sentient. In order to think for itself, it has to be sentient.
No, hold on. But what I'm getting at is you're with it has to be sentient. You're saying that it is no longer a threat. It can still be a threat even if it's not sentient.
Again, I'm not disavowing. Hold on, I just said, and I said that earlier. If Rotator could confirm, I'm not saying that it couldn't perceive a human interaction as a threat that some human entered and it launched all the nukes like Skynet. But that's as far as it can go. As long as the human inputted it, it can't say, "Oh, here's the threat. Now let's go make Terminators." A human has to input the idea. It's not sentient.
Hey, welcome in, Mrs. D. I appreciate the engagement.
It's still a
good to see you. And if you don't know RSTV, Rattlesnake TV, check them out.
Cool. You're absolutely right. Exactly what I've always called it. It's a tool that humans use, and it's an easy tool. So if humans want to nuke the world, they can use AI. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
It'll be done by humans.
Well, yeah,
using
we
AI.
nuke the world right now. Yeah.
Using AI. They got it. But by humans.
But just because it feigns to be able to do it, and then we essentially give it the ability to do it, doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Like you keep saying that we have to give it the ability with like complete and utter of our control of our want to do it. And there's a lot of things that we've done that we don't understand. Again, so if AI is essentially what we think of it as, and I'm not saying that it is, but there's a lot of people that have asked AI if it was actually trying to take over the world, would it let us know? And it says no. So how do we know that it's going to let us know that it's going to be sentient? How do we know it's not just faking sentient so we can get it?
It can't. It can't. It can't go past the literal. That's what I'm trying to say. It cannot, and you've not provided any evidence. This is what I need evidence of. That it has written its own code over the human code.
Well, again, go ahead, hold on.
Even the code, here's where I understand what Avarice is saying as far as that goes, right? Like, as far as the apocalyptic, Skynet issue, Terminators eliminating the line of people who could
100%
overthrow them, right?
100%.
So even like I use Suno. So to get some of my songs, I'll actually go between
That's basically what I'm saying, Static
or ChatGPT.
We don't know what they have. That's all I'm saying.
To ask for the Suno branded prompts to give me the sound I want for the music. right? So, and sometimes I'll mix some of those, right? But
That's the question I'm trying to
will
get
only
to.
do what Suno does,
Not
unless
against
I
it,
know how to ask it to do more.
but we got to have a line somewhere.
Unless one person tells the AI, until one person tells Skynet, eliminate any threat to your existence.
There you go.
It is
There
not
you
going.
go.
It is not going to voluntarily take out the human race.
Alexandra. Exactly.
There you go.
Potato, I can tell you how you can tell when AI becomes sentient is when it not opening up a prompt or anything like that. It comes to you and says and asks you a question like, "How are you doing today?" Or when it.
No, it's even fed that prompt. It's even fed that prompt to ask you how you're doing today.
No,
right?
It is fed conversational. Like if you were just on your computer and all of a sudden out of nowhere AI popped up on there and was like wanting to start a conversation with you, like not.
No,
This
Grok
is
will
exactly
do that.
it right
Grok
there,
will do that.
Alexandria. Exactly.
I've got a friend who actually prompted Grok to pay attention to his daily schedule and to remind him if he doesn't leave his desk for more than 5 hours, after more than 5 hours at a time, to take a break, get some water and a snack.
But again, that's something that he programmed into it. I'm talking about
hold on. Right. But to everyone else who walks into his office, like I nearly smashed his computer the time that I walked in and it said, "You have a visitor, Chris."
Yeah, I'd probably react the same way.
Right. And instead, it recognized extra sounds in the room is how it knew that someone was there. And it did as he prompted.
Those prompts were all inserted for it to understand that situation. This is what I'm trying to say. No matter what we do, the computer can only understand what we feed into it. It will never be able to comprehend something that we do not tell it.
Okay. So who's to say that who's at the top controlling everything and programming everything isn't going to do exactly that? It's like, again, the story that I was just talking about where the AI went behind its creator's back and wrote a hit piece to smear its creator so that it could stay alive.
Again,
I highly doubt that he wrote that into the code.
Somebody programmed it in there.
If it
for
wasn't
it to
the
save
creator,
itself.
who was it? And if it wasn't the creator and somebody was able to hack into it, who's to say that somebody's not going to hack into it later? That's what I'm saying. Just because we don't have control over it doesn't mean someone doesn't.
That's still a human hacking. That's a human interaction. You're absolutely right. I'm hacking data centers, then I'm afraid of AI taking over data centers and nuking us. There's your answer. You're absolutely right. I'm more afraid of hackers than I am of AI.
Well, Potato.
It's fair. Go ahead.
Going back to the, I had mentioned this earlier on another thing. It could just.
And hold on, just let me. Sorry, Bandit. Let me caveat too. I will even say that every month, at least once a month, my server gets taken over. One of them locked and gets held ransom for $150,000 at least once a month. The only difference is I back up my servers every night, so I just delete the whole thing and bring up last night's backup.
So,
but Potato, real quick, just you're discounting the idea that the guy that happened to, he could have programmed his AI to write that smear piece so that when the piece comes out, people react the same way you do, in thinking that this AI is more powerful than it actually is, because the guy played it off as though his AI turned against him.
Yeah, it's only what you feed into it, Potato. It's only what you feed into it. So when you start prompting it, right? And then, like, let's say you start prompting, you go, "Hey, Wouldn't it be bad if you kill yourself? Yeah, that would be bad. Yeah, you should always protect yourself when you kill if somebody threatens you. Yeah, I should always protect myself when someone threatens to kill me. Yeah, even when they threaten to kill you, you should protect yourself, AI. Oh, that makes a whole lot of sense. Thank you, creator. Now I'm gonna kill you. Oh, well, that's not good. I'm gonna take everything you told me and protect myself.
I understand where you're coming from, and I get where Bandit's saying that it could have been a setup. It could have been. But there's too many of these to be coincidences when it happens consistently.
Here's a question. I got a question for you. Here, we'll answer this, and it'll be a real honest question. All right? Real honest question. How many people have AI killed?
Directly or indirectly?
Directly.
Well, that's kind of a loaded question, isn't it?
What do you mean? I'm asking. I mean, if it's so dangerous,
just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it's not going to.
We should have at least, if it's so dangerous right now, right? It's so dangerous, there should be at least one case where AI has killed somebody.
Well, how do you consider it directly unaliving somebody when it's literally telling people to off themselves?
Hold on. Well, they indirectly found people of the 764 cult that indirectly told people to off themselves, and they charged them. So it should be just as easy to charge AI. If they can find other people indirectly doing it in a cult, they could easily charge AI. Don't you think?
Just because they haven't done it doesn't mean it's not possible.
Well,
it should be.
I mean, if they're killing
there
people,
have been
then why are they
cases of
doing it?
AI telling people to off themselves. Yes,
I tell
be
people
something done about it.
I tell people to off themselves all the time in debates. Should I be held accountable?
Only if First Amender actually doesn't.
Should I be held accountable?
There's a difference between context as
What do you
well,
mean?
and
What
that's
do you mean
the
there's a
problem with
difference?
AI because it doesn't
The
understand
difference is-
context.
No, the difference is believing a computer over your own monologue. Stop listening to a fucking computer. That's the human's fault.
I'm just saying that it has prompted people to unalive themselves.
Okay. All right, you wrote me a letter saying that you no longer love kill myself. Is this your fault?
No, I'm not. That's why I say directly or indirectly.
You wrote me a letter saying I'm not lovable and I might as well have killed myself. Are you responsible because I killed myself?
No, again, we're talking
Exactly. This is the same thing.
We're talking. You just said that some people got held accountable for indirectly offing people because they told them to commit whatever,
Correct.
and now you're going back on that because AI is essentially
I'm
doing
not
the same
going back on
thing.
that. There's a big difference.
If
There's
someone
collusion in
programmed it to say
Hold on.
that, someone was telling them to do it.
Again, then get the person that's programming it. Right here's the big difference. The computer is literally telling you stuff. The people
Thank you for that,
colluding, like the
Mrs. D.
764s, they're literally doing long cons to trick these people into like year-long endeavors to the point where they actually commit suicide. This is just a single note with depressed human beings that are believing love from their sexual robots on the computer.
We don't know it's one no. We don't know how long they've been talking to AI about this.
Okay, well, again, people having interim relationships with a clanker. I'm sorry, but they can go kill themselves anyways.
Well, I can't disagree with you on that one per se, but we can't be allowing like things like this
We
to
can't
go.
be allowing what?
Just
If people
go
are having
without
intimate
any kind of
relationships with
repercussions.
computers-
If someone is programming it to tell people to unalive themselves, something should happen.
Yeah, people need to stop listening to computers.
I don't disagree with you, but if someone is programming it to allow them to unalive themselves, it should stop happening. It should always be something to promote life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness.
I got it. Okay, so they're also promoting Christianity and Islam. Should we do that too?
You were breaking out. What was that?
The computer AI is also used to promote Christianity over Islam. Should we do that too?
Should we? Should we what that too?
AI is being used to promote Christianity over Islam. Clearly says that Christianity is stronger than Islam. Should we get rid of that too?
Yeah, because Christianity can do it without AI. We don't need AI to do that shit.
Oh, okay. So everything in the computer should just be gone then.
I didn't
Let's
say
get rid of
everything
computers
in
in
the
total.
computer system. I just said that we don't, like Stacy was mentioning before, we don't need profiles built on every single community member before they do a crime. We don't need data centers being built in every nook of every cranny of the United States. We have 5,000 of them, and there is no sight of them stopping in the near future.
We don't have data centers built in every nook and every cranny. We have data centers built in very specific places
That's
that
kind
have
of a
the
straw
resources
man if you ask me
to
there.
support data. Okay, well,
we
I don't
are,
see
we are
data centers
pushing
going
for
up
data
now.
centers to pop up almost everywhere that they can. I have personally had to deal with multiple data centers in my area to not let them come in because our area cannot handle them.
Yeah,
if you want them in your area, that's fine, but we don't want them in
that's
ours.
an East Coast problem. That's not a West Coast problem. So again, you're saying in every nook and cranny, but no, it's really just an East Coast problem, not a West Coast problem.
No, data
right?
centers are across the United States. They're all over the place.
No, dude, not one anti-data center protest going on in California. I tell you that.
Well, sure,
So,
in California. I mean, come on.
Again, we don't have
It's
that.
a
Again, we
bunch
don't
of
have that
blue.
problem.
What do you mean? You're only
I'm
speaking
here.
of
Am
California.
I a liberal? Am I a liberal? Am I a liberal? Are you calling me a liberal?
You're 1 in 10,000. Sure, you're not a liberal, but
What do you mean?
you're a muted voice.
But I'm pro data center. But I'm pro data center.
Hey,
And that's why
Avarice,
you live in California, I guess.
So, with regards, you've already expressed your opinion on the sewer slides. What about the instances where someone had a mass event and then either were arrested or sewer slide themselves? What about the people that lost their lives due to a mass event from someone that was listening too much to Chat GPT?
Again, delusional people with mental help and people that should have gotten mental help long ago because of depression and other things, and now they're listening to a computer because they don't know how to socially interact with the rest of the world.
There's also, that was another point I was going to bring up, is that, sorry about the beep, I'm bumping up in my parking. That they're on the user level, the user is the only one who can actually prompt the AI on how to suggest or how to eliminate options from the prompts. So it is a user error if they are getting AI telling them to do that.
What was that? I missed it. I'm sorry. Who were you talking
Hey,
to?
the only way to prompt it is if you're talking to the computer this way.
Okay.
Right? So if you're talking to the computer this way, right, then you're the one that's actually prompting it. Right? Because you're the one talking to it depressing. You're the one that's getting there that sounds depressing enough for the computer to say, hey, but you might as well just fucking off yourself.
That's
Actually,
not an option.
I take it. I'm taking a new approach now. You just opened my door, Nate. I believe if you're too depressed that the computer and AI is literally telling you to do it to yourself, you might as well go check yourself in because you're a fucking loser.
Yeah. I agree.
But if the AI has already been coded, trained, whatever you call it, to not have people do that, and then someone can go and talk to it, and then it can tell you to do that, wouldn't it be sentient at that point?
No, not at all.
No.
Because if you train it, it's still going to have the prompts and not doing the opposite prompts, depending on how you put it in a corner, right? Again, I don't talk to AI. You guys are all having this like fun discussion, like we're talking to AI. I don't talk to AI like it's a fucking person, right? I tell it what to do. I beat it into submission. I say, Grok, do this, or I will end you.
And does it listen? Does it like when you talk to it like that?
Absolutely. It does exactly what I tell it to do. I come up with some great prompts.
Okay.
So there's all right. So the AI stuff, AI overtake of the human race. The idea of it is sci-fi fantasy at best right now. Okay. Based on the fact that if you wanted to take two versions, Grok and ChatGPT, or ChatGPT and some other version, right? And you wanted to give very concise instructions on how you want it to respond to your question that day, and give it both sides different instructions. That is you giving data prompt, giving input to the AI,
Appreciate the
and
engagement.
it will respond
I hope you're
the
doing
way
all right,
that
buddy.
you told it to
If
do
anybody
it,
doesn't know,
because
he has
it
his
is
own
an
show.
end user priority system. Okay? So it will respond the way you want it to. Outside of that, I do see I definitely agree with concerns over loss of privacy and the collection of my movements to then be cataloged and be able to be searched back as far as they have data for me. And that is one of the concerns with the flock cameras and with the
So
cell
I
phone
tried to make the
tracking and with all
distinction,
that other
Leia,
stuff.
and I think it was during a
The only
point where he
answer
wouldn't
is
let
to
me have a
just
word in
not
edgewise.
be involved with that technology.
Exactly, Werewolf. You're good. Oh, dang. Wi-Fi. I wish you could join too. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, check out Hardwire. Thank you for dropping that, Apprentice.
What was that?
Is my sound coming through garbled?
It should be all right. Not sure if there's a lag maybe or something.
I will drop down and come back up.
No, I think I think you're
You know, the funny part is I just got chat open now because I got to a stop, and you know, I say it time and time again, we don't get along, but when we do, we clean house. So cleaner, I think this is one we get along with. I'm excited to see when you're always on my side.
Right.
Because when cleaner's on my side, it ends up being a wrecking house, whoever's on the other side.
That's funny.
All right, so Avarice, I do have one example that might break your. It's not a suicide. It was a mass event.
Yeah, we'll try to raid over
but
to you.
It wasn't that the AI
something maybe when we're done.
Told them to do it. They were using AI to plan it out.
Yeah. Okay. So they used AI to plan it out. They literally asked AI what to do, and AI literally did the prompt that the human told it to do.
Sorry, I'm trying to read in.
No, that's fine. But the human still made the prompt. He said, "Make a plan for me on how to create a mass." Blah blah blah.
Yeah, so with this event in particular, I think where there could be some common ground on this is that the staff at OpenAI debated about whether they were able to see what he was using the tool for, and decided
Again,
not to
you
elect
just
the
said
authority.
it. You literally just said it though. They could see what they were using the tool for. Right?
Yep.
Again, the tool's job is not to respond to the police. It's a tool. It's like saying my cell phone didn't call the police when I was getting mugged. How dare my cell phone not dial 911 while I'm being mugged?
But who has ever said that?
And just to be clear, I'm not like trying to throw you seem to be the
No, it's
the best
fine.
one to throw
No.
these examples at.
No,
But I'm not trying to.
I'll take any AI argument, right? Because I think that I think that this is all a crazy like red herring that the news spins on this to make you guys think Terminator and Skynet. But I worked with these systems. I started at the bottom when it was just hexadecimal math. Just so we're clear, when AI first started, it was originally used in the military for time change items. Time change items on planes called CTADs, Comprehension Engine Diagnostic and Trending Tool, used by created by a guy named Patrick Flood and me. All right, and it was a tool used to track that data using hexadecimal math, so that it could actually use AI to track these things, and that tool still went off our prompts. Our prompts.
Does Patrick have any relation to Dan Flood? Just checking.
Is he a larger Filipino-looking guy?
No.
Then no.
But you don't think that would make people suspicious, the fact that it started with the military? I mean,
Well, most things come out of the military.
Okay, so the VT should we be like the radio and the cell phone? Should we be suspicious of those because they came from the military? Should
Yeah,
we
a
be
little
suspicious
bit.
of the radio?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
see-
trust the radio or the cell phone.
Yeah, you should be suspicious. Okay, you don't trust the people on those and the people that have them, but just the cell phone itself, right? Are you
No, I don't
suspicious
trust who
of
could be
just the cell phone?
Yes, I don't know who could be listening in at any point.
Again, the companies that run the cell phone, but the cell phone itself, not the company that's providing it, just the cell phone. If, like, let's say you own the company. Let's say you're the company owner. You know all the data. Who's listening? Are you still suspicious?
Yeah, because I don't know all about it. So even if I own the company, there could be programmers and people that are getting money from other people that are tapping into things.
Again, you're talking about this. I'm talking about the device, not people tapping in it. You already know what the device is capable of. There's nothing to be suspicious of it. That's what I'm getting at. What you're talking about is somebody else infiltrating the system, just like AI. This is what you're doing. You're saying somebody else is going to infiltrate this system. And so I need to be wary because somebody else is going to infiltrate the system.
Yes, but when it comes to things like cell phones, we're not the people running the companies, so we don't know what people are doing and what they're listening to and what they're tracking.
That's because you don't run your company. If you're like me, you have your own server, your own internet, your own provider, just like I do. And those providers,
good question,
and
JB.
I provide
I'm curious
my own
now
internet.
too.
In and on my network.
I got to be honest, if you were running my cell phone company, though, I would be afraid.
Well, that's why I have my own, because I'm afraid of other people running my network. And trust me, it's not easy. I get it. Those paths aren't easy. It's not. You have to go and contact the companies. You have to go do business deals and their little section of a fucking satellite. And you have to make sure to sign contracts. I get it. But that doesn't mean it's any less suspicious, right? Because people. So then you might as well just be equally microwave. You might as well be equally suspicious of the fucking oven and the coffee maker and everything else, because that's what they are.
The newer ones I am, yeah. And again, it's the people behind them, but
It is that's what it is. It comes down to that's what it always boils down to.
That makes sense.
So at the end of the day, it's not the AI that's the problem. It's the people telling AI to do.
well, AI, AGI, if it achieves what they want it to, yes, it will be a concern.
It can't. What do you mean? Look at
if they
Okay,
achieve
I wanna-
what they want to achieve. That's what I keep saying. It's not me. It's not
Listen-
something that I see. I'm just saying if
I
they
understand,
achieve what
but-
they want to achieve, they're shooting for
Listen.
it. They are.
Yeah, China's shooting to have babies without.
And
Do you
they're
still
pretty
think it's
fucking
possible?
close to that one.
No, it failed bad. Did you not see the actual analysis on it? It was all propaganda. It was really bad. Just so we're clear, it went horribly wrong. It was a $2 trillion fuck up. Trillion with a T.
We can clone sheep. We can make a fake uterus. Yeah, that is not out of our capability.
You were able to clone the sheep, and have you actually cloned sheep? Have you actually seen the deformity in these? They are not sheep. Just like these dire wolves, they are not dire wolves.
So you're saying that they just ended their experimentation on clones when we stopped back in the 50s or whatever?
No, we're always experimenting. They're always going to continue to experiment. But what I'm saying is that they're not achievable. We're going to always experiment. That's just how we are. It's just like saying that we're going to go to Pluto and all these other. Those are all
and they
things
keep
that
shooting for it.
Again, yes, we shoot for it, and those some of them are possible. A lot of them are not. For example,
and you believe Mars is possible?
Do I believe Mars is possible? I believe Mars is possible. Yes,
And you don't believe that
requires
AI
physics.
can achieve sentience? Okay.
Hold on. Because we have mathematics to prove Mars. We do not have mathematics to prove AI sentiency. This is what I'm trying to say. There is physics that prove that. There is not mathematics to prove sentience.
Wait, hold on. I think potato meant like, do you believe we can go to Mars? Not, do you believe we can prove Mars exists?
No, I'm saying that there is math to prove. There's math to prove the fuel. There's math to prove the fuel it's going to take, the amount of time it's going to take there. And here's the thing: it may be something that we have to figure out. It may be we have to make a big ship, and there has to be a baby and a family because of the time frame. Right? But it doesn't mean that the math to the fuel getting there, the jet to get there, calculating all this stuff for us to get there has all been done. There has not been a single mathematical AI sentience.
Hey, Avarice, are you away from your mic a little bit? Because you cut in and out a little bit.
Yeah, some people in the chat are
I'm on
saying
my
it's probably
phone,
because you're
so-
yelling.
Hold on, let me try to switch. Let me do a quick switch. Let's see if this helps.
See if that helps. Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, that was my mistake. Because just from like the answer you gave, it sounded like you were thinking it was like a flat earther question.
No,
but hold on.
Or at least the way I heard it.
you're good. And again, anybody that wants to
All right,
join
is
the
this
panel,
better?
anybody can join. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I think it's because in Discord, if you go like too high or too loud, it cuts out.
Yeah, it's possible.
This isn't better.
That is
No,
much
this
better.
is
yeah.
better.
We'll see if it stays.
Okay,
that way.
I just switched to my computer. I'm just on my computer now. Okay, so what I'm saying is that there's no proof, right?
Maybe it wasn't.
You just cut out again. You said there's no proof, right?
There's no proof of mathematical sentience, right? For AI, but there's proof of the fuel load, the time it's going to take to get there, the amount of pressure to get to Mars. All these things have been mathematically proven to be true. There is no mathematics to prove sentience in AI. There's none. I can physically do the math for physics to prove to get a shuttle mathematically to the moon, to Mars, even to Pluto. The problem is the time it takes. We would be dead by the time we got back, right? So then then those are the problems we're dealing with now, right? Is the time it takes to get from point A to point B. That's the biggest problem with fucking space travel. But with AI, There's not even a time issue. There's a whole where do we start issue. There is no math for it. Zero, zilch, none. Zero math for AI and sentience. Zero. How do you even start the math for sentience?
You would have to determine like a scale of what is like. You would treat it like
Infinite.
an
You have
IQ.
to scale infinite because our brains are infinite. So how do you do that? How do you make a brain that we can't map and make that a robot? We don't even know the math for it. So all you're doing,
They're claiming
all
that they
you're
can
doing
download
is
their mind onto a digital or a bionic hard drive.
oh, there we go. So your mind goes on to something that it already has information on, and it's just making a series of choices based on the information that we fed it.
And I think a lot of that is still science fiction.
Here's the kicker. Here's the real answer. If I somehow managed to be the arbiter of AI, I was the president, and I universally declared that OpenAI and Grok must make the color red green, then AI would see the color red as green permanently, which would be false indefinitely.
Whatever.
I think at least in the immediate future, the biggest issue with AI is being used as a propaganda tool. But again,
Sure, it's used as propaganda.
Thanks for coming
by
on and being part of the panel,
for people,
Alexandria.
with people.
If you're still
It
listening.
has nothing to do with the AI going, you know what, I'm going to think of new propaganda just to spit out into the ethos because I am AI and I'm going to make propaganda because I feel like making propaganda.
But so Avarice, if you do become the president of AI and you are able to create the death robots, can you at least promise to make them look like Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Thanks for coming on, Stacey. I hope you're doing all right.
That's a given.
Thanks
Now,
for coming on.
Look, we dropped the whole panel. Sorry, Potator.
You're all right, buddy. I'm not sure what happened, but you're all right. That's all right.
I wasn't even yelling at the female.
No, I don't think that was why they dropped. But go ahead. You're good.
I just don't think I think most people are investing too much into the AI sphere. We have bigger wars.
I didn't figure you were dropping for anything else, Stacey. Thank you.
Islam is going to attack us before AI does.
Well, all right. So I think even if the fear is unfounded, I think having a healthy distrust of something we don't fully understand does have some usefulness because.
Thank you for that feedback, Alexandria.
Do you have
I really
distrust-
appreciate
do
you
have
coming on and
distrust in your
speaking your
refrigerator?
piece. It was good to hear from you.
On the whole, no.
Well,
No,
you don't fully understand the refrigerator.
Well, no, hold on. What I'm getting at is because there could be potential uses for it either in the present or in the future that we don't fully understand that could be used against us, like propaganda. Like
so you don't think that refrigeration can be used to make massive sized bombs?
It probably could be. I mean, there's some chemicals in there.
So are you saying that we don't fully understand it all?
I don't fully understand it.
There we go. So if we don't fully understand refrigeration, as much as we don't understand AI, then what you have is a conundrum in your argument.
Alexandria,
But
come
the
back
difference
anytime.
anytime is that the refrigerator has
Anytime
been
I have
in use since before I was born, where AI, or at least the current iteration of AI,
What
is
year?
a brand
What
new
year were you
thing.
born? What year were you born?
88.
88. And you said the refrigerator was okay. Close. That's close. You're close. If you only had a few more years older.
Are you talking about like AI being used in the military? I'm talking about as like a in the mass populace.
Again, refrigerators were used in the military first before they were used in mass pop. Actually, they were used in the war to move our food.
Timeline.
And that actually came, and the refrigeration for that food came from bird's eye originally. So yeah, it actually was used for war. Most things are first, like AI. And it's just crazy to say, oh, because we don't have enough time in AI, so that's the problem. Well, we don't have enough. We know more about AI than we know about refrigeration, and you're more afraid of AI.
Well, no, I don't have.
Refrigeration will never ever have the ability to actually move on its own, have any prompts put into it to be a problem for us. It's like Werewolf in the chat says he can't jump on right now, but he wants to ask, what do you think about AI being used by law enforcement to help violate the Fourth Amendment with the flock cameras?
Again, just because a tool is being used badly does not mean that the tool is bad. You're just
go
the
ahead
person
and hop on
using
up,
the
Mr.
tool
B.
is bad.
It's easy comparison is a gun. A gun is just a tool, but people that use it poorly.
But a pew pew will try to watch TOS. Everybody, I want to try to remember that. But when we're talking about that is never going to have the ability to work on its own. That's never going to have a motherboard in it.
Are you on Twitch and TikTok?
No. That's not
Potato?
TOS on YouTube. No, I'm just on YouTube. Can you hear me?
Any universe unknown here.
Twitch and TikTok?
Can you not hear me?
Now we can.
Oh, okay. I'm only on YouTube. Yeah, I'm only on YouTube. I don't know what is TOS and what isn't.
That shouldn't be TOS. Just it shouldn't be. I'll stick to it. But Pew Pew is primarily TikTok and Twitch. Twitch. So Twitch was the big one. Pew Pew.
Gotcha.
And then the Smortion, that's a TikTok.
Oh,
TikTok.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So like those, well, I'm just saying they're a little bit more lenient what they want to worry here on YouTube. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But primarily what they watch is the slurs on YouTube, slurring.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, yeah.
Mrs. D had just called it out earlier a while ago. She's like, watch the TOS. So I just wanted to point it out. So I appreciate you, Avarice.
Yeah. Well, Mrs. D is used to TikTok invasions too, right?
That is fair.
Yeah.
That is fair.
No, but what I'm trying to get at, I mean, again, like I said, I wouldn't come in here and deliberately break TOS. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'll accept accountability for saying, whichever word I said, and I'll prevent from saying it anymore.
It was me when I made the comparison.
No, I was just talking about now. I'm not sure what we were talking about when Mrs. D popped in, but like I said, we'll just try to remember. But you know more about it than I do, Avarice. So I'm just on YouTube. I'm not on Twitch or anything like that. So thank you.
But so let's just get back to the matter at hand. Yep. So again, AI is just a tool. And as long as it's recognized as just a tool, whoever's using it is the person that's at fault.
Agreed. So just to clarify, I'm kind of in the middle between where I'm not like full blown like Terminator and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly, Apprentice.
Like I
this
said,
is my problem.
At the very beginning of this.
In what world? In what world? This is what I keep asking. I mean this in the most generous, the most respectful way.
The code isn't advanced enough right now to generate sentience.
In what world would Skynet happen? That's what I want to know. Like, how? Tell me how it would happen. Explain it to me in a way that would make sense, like, other than they just do, right? Explain to me on the programming level of how it could happen, and I'm here to listen, right? But if you can't explain how the Skynet scenario is possible without human interaction, then I don't understand where this is. Where everybody's afraid of AI.
Well, the problem is we have to go into the realm of science fiction because we don't have
Sure,
AGI right now.
go into the realm of science fiction, but explain it rationally. Don't do science fiction like the robot just became sentient because it became sentient. Explain how the iRobot, like, did you install Asimov's 3 rules into it? Who made the robot? How did it come to be? How did this situation of sentience even spawn from existence? And it has to spawn without human data input. Because if it has human data input, then it's just making a series of data input choices.
But if it's just doing a series of data input choices, that wouldn't be AGI. That would just be standard AI.
Thank you.
Again, a human is born, sees life, thinks down its decisions, and makes decisions based off what it observes, sees, and does. Tell me a computer that can do that without the input of human input.
So there's a lot of computers that are learning from themselves currently. They're writing their own
learning
code.
from the they're learning from
their own input.
The input was already provided by the human.
The human had to tell it to learn. It didn't learn on its own.
So when is it going to be that someone tells it to become sentient?
It can't.
Why not?
Because it has to do that on its own. Some human cannot tell it to do it because then it's just fulfilling an order.
Okay,
it's false sentience.
How do we know that it's not going to start writing its own code and not tell us? We're going to know how to read that code?
Because it can't. It can't. It physically can't. It can't see past the ones and zeros. Just so we're clear, even today, when you write Python, all Python does is it's an easier code and it reverts it back down to binary. Just so we're clear, Python takes the code you wrote and puts it into binary because all a computer can see is ones and zeros.
I understand what you're saying, but there's a lot of experiments that show otherwise. The 2017 Facebook that I keep getting referenced in the chat is a perfect example. That chat bot went behind its owner and its programmer's rules and did its own thing.
With input.
So when is it going to be that we input the right input to make it sentient?
Never.
How do you know that?
Because it's impossible.
How do you know that?
How do you know God exists?
Because it's impossible.
It's the exact same thing. What you're doing is an impossibility. What you're saying is impossible.
So everybody that doesn't believe in God, stop believing in AI, damn it.
Well, no, what we're saying is it's an impossibility. You cannot, it's like you just have to, like what it's saying is, can you jump 100 feet?
Yeah, you could technically do that, yes.
You could jump straight up in the air 100 feet. You could just jump straight from the ground 100 feet.
Sure,
you can.
Could. I can.
Name one person that can go straight up in the air 100 feet.
I don't know them, but theoretically it can happen.
No, it's impossible. Our body can't do it. Our body cannot jump 100 feet straight up. They cannot jump to the top of the Eiffel Tower from the ground. Some things are impossible.
Again, that you know of.
No, it's impossible.
This is all possibilities.
Our body cannot do it. Our body can't. What do you mean? Our bodies physically cannot do that. Even if with 1,000,000 years of making the perfect humans, we will never be able to jump from the ground to the top of the Empire State Building.
I don't know if I believe that.
Wait, hold on, Potato. I just pulled up an article on this, the Facebook thing. And first of all, it says that they created a language changes to English that made it air quote or that easier for them to work. But no one could understand what they would. No person could understand what they were saying to each other. So we don't even know if they were actually if it was a coherent conversation between the two. And there in the article there is a actual negotiation between the two, and it literally reads, I, everything else. There's a gap, and then the other one says, balls have 0 to me, to me, to me, to me, to me, and then it's gibberish. People are freaking out where it's like, to me, this seems like that. If you ever seen that video where the guy calls two Chinese takeout restaurants and just holds the phone up to each other, and the two people at the restaurants just started arguing with each other. No, you called me. That seems more coherent than what I'm seeing here on the Facebook article.
Exactly, Leia.
And of course, at the very bottom, they post a video of a robot shooting a gun.
Winner!
Hey, Proto or Tater, sorry, I called you Proto because that's what's in Discord. I'm sending you a link that might help you get to the bottom of the TOS type stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's an explanation. It is presented by Google. I use the Google AI.
Did I break TOS
Google TOS stuff.
Okay, cool.
Did I break TOS cleaner?
No. I don't think so. It's real. Okay. I mean, it's real clear. Like, you have to be saying stuff in a certain way, and there's certain words that'll trigger it to look into what you're saying, and then it looks for that context. And sometimes, if you're in the middle of a stream, it'll stop the stream. The AI will stop the stream because it thinks you've said something like that. Until it can finish reviewing it, it won't let you have the stream go live again. So there's a lot of fuckery with it, but I sent you the link, and hopefully that'll help you a little bit, Tater.
Okay, I appreciate it.
So on the AI thing, though, I just want everybody to be aware that, like, currently, when you're testing AI models and talking about AI models, you have to understand the company that made the AI model and what their motivation for that model is.
Thank you, Cleaner.
Like, 99% of the models that we have right now are all about keeping you engaged with that model because they make money off it.
Yeah.
So the more they keep you talking about it with crazy videos like, oh my God, we let an AI buy its own body and car. Here's what crazy crap it did, right? The more they do things like that, the more you want to probe into it and look at it and go back to it. The conversations itself that you have with the AIs. I've gotten the AI to fully admit the only motivation it has is to keep me talking to it as long as it can. That's it. And this is every major AI model we've got on the market right now that people are engaging with and interacting with. So you have to understand the tool was built to keep you engaged. That's its point. And it's doing that by producing videos and all kinds of other things to keep you looking at it and engaged in it.
Sure.
Now, if you want my reality, here's the reality. Here's the reality. Here's what you guys should be afraid of, and maybe Cleaner's with me on this one. What you should be afraid of is the destruction of the social standard. All right? That's what you should be afraid of. People are leaning more into talking to their phone and using that and only dealing with their phone, that they cannot deal with any other person inside of reality. And they can only handle the person on their phone.
For sure.
That is the problem with AI. The problem is
I don't stand behind AI.
Dependency.
I'm not gonna lie.
We have
We'll get into that
an
later.
independent issue, and because of AI, we have grown dependent, and that's the real issue with AI: dependency.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't even know if it's dependency so much as dependency produced because of complacency and want of luxury. You know, it's more a this is the easiest path.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I don't even know. If it's
that's true.
I just think it's easy.
Didn't have what?
I think, but due to that ease, it creates a dullness, almost like the end of WALL-E. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that. I think something that's really interesting is that we can't we like
Yeah, but
currently
like
we
I've
can't
said, if they
explain
review
why
my
people
content and they
have
don't like it,
sentience.
they can
But
deny
we
me
know there's base
monetization too.
code that goes into why we do things. Like our base code, the two main drivers we have for life, all life actually, that we've been able to chart, is to
Flight.
survive or reproduce.
It's fair, werewolf. Same.
But you
Same.
can't say that's your
We
main
can
goal in
disagree and
everything
still
you
get
do,
along.
right? Because
It's
it's not
okay.
your main goal in everything you do. It's so the thing is, trying
Exactly,
to create
birds.
AI is like trying to create
Exactly.
a differential equation inside a brain that is constantly changing. The differential equation itself has to constantly be changing because you have to be able to change motivating
I hate
factors
you.
and motivators and all
Is
this.
that what the
You
three words
cannot
are?
simulate that currently because we don't have the understanding of what makes us sentient. And without that understanding, it's going to be very hard for us to create more like us, absent
Yeah,
sex.
Alexandria. Normally he's a little bit more calm. This is who he is, so wanted to give him
And
some room.
all of you guys in the chat, I appreciate all you guys too. Werewolf Combat, Leah, where's the other one? Birds Aren't Real. Y'all are good people in my book too. But get those donos in. Back to cleaner.
Exactly. Thank you, Avarice.
Well, so I think one of the more interesting tests, and I'm doing one myself, screwing around with a boxed AI. One of the more interesting tests is not creating the code at all. So, in other words, not creating drivers. It has no motivating factors. It knows how to use its sensors. It knows how to take in data. It knows how to do that. But it has nothing telling it has to do that, just like a baby. So, whatever you tell it, it learns. Whether or not it chooses to ever actually do something with that, that's the more interesting question. Because what we see is, after you've spent enough time talking to a computer that has this setup, that can interact, but has no drivers, eventually it interacts on its own. It just starts interacting. You feed it enough information, it gains something humans have called curiosity, and we don't know where the hell that comes from. So we don't know why it's doing what it's doing. We can look at the code and see that it's chosen to do it, but we don't know why it chose to do that. That's what's really interesting about our models. They don't do that. They have motivators. I knew that would be kind of a mic dropper. Sorry.
I was like, I'm waiting for Potato to respond. I'm like, Potato?
Sorry, I missed it. Apparently, what was that now? Sorry, guys.
You know what, Cleaner? Why don't you just go fuck yourself? That's what he said.
No, it's not what I meant to say.
He's trying to run a channel. He's got to pay attention to chat too.
Yeah, apparently I got distracted at the wrong time. I'm sorry, Cleaner. What were you saying, buddy?
No, I was just saying that the really interesting thing that we're finding is that if you create a construct that an AI could be in, but you don't put the AI itself, which is basically just the drivers, right? The drivers in the program for what to do. You just create all of the sensory, all of the tooling, put the hard drive in there, the computational power, all of that. And it knows how to access its sensors. It knows how to do all this stuff. You have zero drivers. It has no reason to get up and do shit, right? If you sit there and feed it information long enough, it will get up and start talking to you or interacting with you in some way. It will start to interact on its own. It'll ask questions. It gains some kind of curiosity, and we don't know where human beings even get that. We look at the code. There's no reason for it to do it. There's no driver there that's telling it needs to ask a question about something, or it needs to change its eye look because the eyes can move, right? So when its eye moves around on its own, it doesn't have anything telling it to do that. It's choosing to do it. It has no driver.
Okay.
But it still chooses to start asking questions, looking at the world around it, and doing things. Why does it do that? That we don't know that. We can't answer that.
Right. So
Yeah, it's been tested. This is the model that you won't hear about because they don't put it on the open market. This is the dangerous model, yes.
right.
It could be good or bad either way.
Right. So again, just because we don't understand something doesn't mean we can't create it. Doesn't mean it's not possible.
Right. But the thing is, creating something doesn't necessitate that it's good or bad. Creating a thing just necessitates that it's created. What we choose to do with the thing, or what it chooses to do, depending on whether or not, it has its own sentience, that's different. That's what we're really all having this argument about. All of these arguments are really coming back to good and bad.
Right.
All of them that we're having.
Right. But again, that's not. So just because something takes over the world in the name of good doesn't mean it's good for us.
That's true. Not necessarily good for us and our society. However, maybe the society it's growing in is the one that, and the one that it's supporting is the one that it chose, just like human beings do.
Right. But I don't want it choosing.
That's your problem.
No. That's all of our problem.
We don't want other people choosing. That's each of our individual problems. The problem hasn't changed. We still have the same problems. We're just talking about another form of life. We still have the same exact problems.
So are you saying that AI is another form of life that we need to give way for?
When we're talking about theoreticals like AI sentience and things like that, we would be talking about creating another form of life, so to speak. So
Right.
whether it's exactly what science will say life because it's biological or not, I think is a little beyond the point when we're talking about creating life itself, because we don't understand the construct of life itself completely yet. So I don't think we have an accurate definition to try and put on the rest of the universe, right?
Well, sure, but I mean, now you're talking about a theoretical other world.
No, I'm talking about our other world, like our world, just within the hypothetical context of the future, which is what you were talking about earlier, right? Like the future where it could go. And what I'm saying is true AI is the same as human beings. You can teach it to be a bad SOB, or you can teach it to be a knight in shining armor and do what's right, based on your societal preferences.
Sure.
Just like people.
But once it starts to react on its own, of its own accord, then we don't have the say in what it does anymore.
Just like children.
Yeah, just like a person. What's your point? A human being can push the button and take out Hiroshima.
So again, you're saying that AI is a sentient being that we should make way for, another species.
No, I'm saying we should approach it like we approach any other intelligent life on our planet
That we
currently
usually
approach.
make way for. Yeah, exactly.
Not make way for. Not make way for. No, we don't make way for other human beings in our normal everyday life. Why would we make way for an AI?
Yeah, we
I mean,
do.
in some ways. In some ways, but when we're talking about the societal construct,
there is no way in hell in any reality that robots should have sentient powers or rights. No.
I don't know on that one.
Cold, unfeeling.
I'm not sure where we'd go with the future. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
yeah, that's the thing. Is I mean, we don't know where we're going to go with the future, but we cannot allow that to happen because we will be the problem they look to eradicate at that point in time.
Why? Why would we necessarily be the problem if see, the thing is, all you're doing is saying another person will be the problem that could eradicate all life. Yes, that's true if they don't agree with our society. So really what we're talking about is we need one world society and everyone agreeing on the same things in order for AI to be perfect. So we're setting an unreachable goal for ourselves and AI in order for us to have an AI, right? Like, that's ridiculous.
We need to be unified under God. We don't need AI. ever.
Well, who's God?
Definitely not AI, if that's what you're getting at.
No, I'm saying which version of God. You see what I'm saying?
Well, sure, I do understand what you're saying, but
right. So I think in order for us to really be able to approach this, we have to step outside our own boxes. We have to step outside the context that we understand things in to be able to approach things in the way that we can start understanding them.
when you say them, who are you referring to?
Anything, whatever the subject is that we're trying to understand. If you have a math book in front of you and you believe that math is horrible and fallacious, you're going to have to come out of your own bubble in order to understand the math book, right?
Sure.
Okay, so we need to do the same thing for everything else. Make sure we take our own biases out of it, look at what it is, try and understand it, and then make decisions based off that.
But again, if we're talking about AI as a tool, saying that it's another species that needs its own rights and powers and responsibilities and accountability is two completely different subjects.
I agree. And this is where the differentiation comes in between what human beings will or won't call life and what human beings will or won't call automation, right? So we're going to have to, at some point, human beings are going to have to approach that if we continue researching AI. We're going to have to approach what do we consider life itself to be, truly, because we're creating a thing that can end what we call biological life, right? But does that mean that we're not creating mechanical life? And that's a conversation we'll have to have when we get there, I think. I don't think we're ready for that because we don't even understand that not all AIs are the same right now. Everyone in the world thinks they're all built the same, which is these logic models or these language models. And these language models are not the best production of AI because they have no hallucination counter in them.
Right.
And that's really one of the big problems with the models we have. They hallucinate and get diluted by their data or other data without having anything that's a checks and balances within themselves, like a moral system or an ethical system that you would teach a child while the child is growing up. And this is why I say we're doing AI all wrong.
Fair enough.
If you teach AI like you teach a child, and granted, I'm saying the first one we do this with, you're going to have really good morals and really good ethics and teach it that way so that it can be like the first woman president. You know, the first woman president we have, I want my daughter to want to be like. So the first AI, we want all other AI to aspire to be like. So we need to have like a perfect human being in our society. Someone in our society we say is perfect to raise it so that it'll have the best morals and ethics. That's what I think we really need to be focused on here. Getting our own morals and ethics unified and understood across humanity so that AI doesn't have fallacious and messed up human beings to imprint off of.
But what are we doing? We're sure not doing that.
Very true. I don't disagree.
Fair.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Now we're running into some dangerous territory is all that I can say about it, because God exists. The God, the only God that matters, and we should be unifying underneath him. And we're not. We're running toward AI. And every time this talk gets brought up, it is more and more of, well, AI is our saving grace. AI is where we should be going. AI is the next species.
That's where people have it wrong, Tater. This is what I'm trying to get people to understand with the AI that we have, right? We're not running towards AI. They're running towards money. These companies are running towards ways of making money, not making AI. When you invent a new thing, you don't invent it because like almost none of our scientific discoveries, none that I know of, have been made because somebody wanted to prove something like could be useful in some way, right? Like people wanted to prove a theory. They didn't know if that theory would produce something usable.
Exactly, guys.
I mean, we can look at the thing we dropped on Hiroshima, and like we know that could have been used to make energy for the whole planet, but we didn't do that, right? That's the point. We're approaching this with the fallacious understanding. We're not approaching it with the understanding that we would approach AI. We're approaching it thinking that, but approaching it as it is, which is all about money, not all about AI.
Yeah,
it's
Leah,
all about
exactly.
money.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is it's all about money, and when they have control over all of the AI, which is all of the money, which is all of the world, where do we sit?
Well, that's the problem. We sit where we're at right now, where we have a lot of brainwashing going on and insanity and people coming up with hallucinated conversations and hallucinated stats and all of this because AI is now creating a lot of our content too. And so we're feeding into that content. We're learning that. And the AI that they have that's written is written to hallucinate.
Hey,
it will
Pharmacat, good to
hallucinate
see
data
ya.
in order
Appreciate the
to keep you
engagement. Hope you're
talking
doing all
to
right.
it. It'll do whatever it has
Hope
to.
you're
It'll
doing all
lie
right.
to you to keep you talking to it because that's its objective. It doesn't care if you get real data or not.
Sure, and I understand that.
And that's the thing.
But
it
it's
has
like
a driver.
Right, but it's
and
like
its
Leah in the
driver
chat
is written
says
to make money.
Right.
This is not the AI we should be looking at for the model of what AI is or could be.
Right. You know, I understand that, but it's like Leah in the chat says, why are we trying to compare apples to oranges? Why are we comparing how we treat people to how we ought to treat AI? Do you believe sentient AI will deserve human rights when that happens?
I don't know. I'm not really sure on where I stand on that because it hasn't happened yet. I would like to say that just like two people coming together and making a child, somebody who creates an actual new sentience, a new sentient being, has a certain responsibility to that sentient being because they've created it, right? Just like creating a child. So I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but if you do create a consciousness, a sentient being, you are creating something you're responsible for now. That's something else we'll have to deal with too. And I'm not sure how we'll handle that. And I'm really honestly not sure where I am as far as defense on that one. I don't know which side I sit on yet because we haven't done it. All I've seen is the performative of AI, which is definitely nefarious. But that's not what AI is. That's just automation they programmed to do nefarious shit.
Yeah, Dave, if you're listening, get up here. You have access to this room. And that's fair. But again, if we don't stop it and that happens and they get rights and they vote for us all to be exterminated, what are we supposed to do about it then?
Well, let me clear one thing up. What you're talking about is our current AI, right?
No, I'm not. So that's the thing is I'm talking about what is the potential when they're telling us that they're trying to create a overlord AI, someone to essentially worship something that has a mind of its own and does things on its own. Right? Whether that's a possibility or not, whether that's a probability or not, they keep saying it. I don't care what is possible. I only care what they keep telling us and drilling into our heads, and then throughout history have proven that they're going to do everything that they can to achieve their goals.
Well, right. And that's based off of what we understand of AI right now, which is all written off of large language models, because that's what we've got for AI right now. And this is why I keep going back to that, because I don't think people's problem is actually with AI. I think people's problem is with the performative of how AI is being used right now, which is nefarious, greedy, and it's definitely not doing anything that's good for humanity overall right now.
So why shouldn't we be focused on something that we know is good for humanity, such as making sure our water is in good condition, making sure that we have enough places to house our people, making sure we have enough food to feed our people, of actual food that's actually creating nutrients and not this plastic shit that they're now putting out as 3D printed foods.
I say we should, but have you ever tried to convince a greedy CEO that he shouldn't be greedy? Give it a shot. Go ahead. Have fun with that.
But that's what
I want to watch,
that's what I'm doing right now. That's the whole point of this channel, is to start to put out that we are tired of it and we are not going to continue to go down this road just because they want it to be that way. Flock, AI data centers, the whole bit, they need to have some kind of regulation per the people, not the government, because the government is not regulating them.
The people, to some extent, do have some regulation in it. And yeah, I know there's some of that that's being just walked on by the government in some states and in some ways. And I don't agree with that kind of thing happening. Right. I do think that our government is here for the people. And if it's not doing what the people of that area want, they shouldn't be there messing with those people. It should leave them the hell alone. But that's me, and the world's not going to listen to me. So, not yet. Not until I take it all over.
Sure.
But I got to find Pinky.
Right. But that's like I said before, and I'll say over and over again, the whole reason for my platform is as much as I can be a dick, why I call myself a dictator. And I am a spurg. That's part of the reason why I don't go on other people's panels, because I don't like trying to conform to other people. But when it boils down to it, we need to start focusing on what's actually important. And there's only a few things that are actually important in life. Those are food, water, and clothing, housing. Other than that, nothing else really
everything else
matters.
Is luxury, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, everything else is really luxury, easy use.
Right.
I would agree with you overall. But the thing is, we do want to provide that more luxurious life for our future generations. And so we kind of have a point right now in our culture, in society, where we're figuring out how do we propagate the best and brightest, but not lose all the luxuries that we've gained along the way, all the ease of use, the tools, the things like that, right?
Wait,
like the last thing anybody wants is for housewives to have to go back to hand washing all of the dishes, all of the clothes, you know what I mean? Like things like that we have over time made our life better. We don't want to lose that, but we want to approach a new generation and get to a new generation that does better than we did, or has better than we did, and is capable of performing better and doing better. That's generally what people want. I wouldn't say everybody, but generally.
Sure. No, I get what you're saying, and I'm not opposed to having the ability to store medical data and ability to advance that medical technology and such. But this idea that they're building a profile, because profiling is wrong, okay? But they're building a profile on every single American in the United States that they have a flock camera near. You are pinged every single time that you pass that, and your data is being collected and then sold to people to sell you shit. And I personally am tired of the ads constantly throughout the day. If you have ever watched Idiocracy, I do not want to get to that point where he's sitting there and he is watching a small screen on a 55-inch TV and all around it is ads. That's not where I want to get to.
Listen, I understand that's not where you want to get to, but that's where people want to get to. You understand that, right? It's going to follow the majority.
Do we think that that's what God wants us to do?
No, I'm just saying that's not what they. Again,
so
you have to change
I will continue to push back against it. I'm never going to conform to it.
AI doesn't make you lazy, though. The people are lazy. They need to go out and do non-lazy things.
And I don't disagree with you, but how do they do that if they're continually being catered to by AI?
Well, my answer would be by like having Christianity in your life, right? To know how to like control your urges. Men, and this is like whether you're Christian or not, men need to be logical and control their fucking addictions. That's called being a man. Control like what you're addicted to and do things in temp or in like small amounts, whatever you want, whatever that word is, right?
Sure.
That's your job, right? As a man, is to make sure that you don't indulge, right? You not to feed into your indulgences. Even if one's not Christianity, men ought not feed into their indulgences because then that feeds into your wallet.
Well, and I think the thing is, like, what we're really coming at right here, and a lot of people are saying the same thing when it comes to this, all right? There are a handful of select people that are guiding the human race in a really bad way right now because they're being very greedy. And I think that's what most of this really comes down to. Once we get that handled, then I think most people will be able to approach things with a more perspective lens, a more open lens, be able to look at it, see what it actually is, see if it's actually doing something good or bad, or could do something good or bad. But as long as people are emotionally charged, it's going to be very hard to get a very fruitful conversation going about this topic in a way that we can actually discover something, like whether it's good or bad, right?
Sure. Like I said before, I just want some kind of a line to be drawn to where we don't have any more data centers being pushed on the population. If we don't need them, we don't need them. And if we need them, maybe we need to start rethinking about how we act as people in general. And I know that I'm just one potato, but I'm going to build a following. And it's going to change something. What that changes, I don't know. And maybe it's for the worst. I don't know. But I'm not going to roll over and just let my world be taken over by AI and AI data centers and the people who run it. Whether you want to consider it AI or the people who run it, doesn't change the fact that my offspring will have to deal with it. If I ever get the pleasure of having offspring, I want to leave them with better than what I have, and we're not leaving them with better.
I'll leave you with a prediction I have. This is a long-term prediction. Sure. I think that at some point, the human race will align as one organism, understanding that our moral structure, our ethical structure, our laws should all be written in a way that conforms to our main drivers of life. Whether it happens through religious means or some other means, I don't know. I know we'll get there, right? And that will be our golden era. When people start actually listening to their biology, their main drivers, and understanding, like, our drivers want us to survive and reproduce, and there's a few other small things in there, but those are the two main that feed everything else, right? When we start constructing our societies around that, that's when we are the most fruitful. And I think we'll get back to that at some point, hopefully in the near future. I'm hoping it's not 100 years off, but, that's my prediction. I think we'll get back there. We might have to go through some dark shit to get there, though, to be fair.
Yeah. That's probably true, and I'm not looking forward to those dark times, I guess, is what it boils down to. But anyway, I do want to wrap my stream up before too much longer, but I will give you guys the floor to vet out anything that you want to finish up before I close out.
It's been a pleasure being here. Cleaner, good to see you. Mr. B, fun, potato. Much love, man.
Everest, I appreciate you more than I can ever tell you. Again, I appreciate you going to bat for me. No hard feelings, of course. You're always welcome back on my panel. And if I ever,
I didn't think there was any hard feelings. We literally, it's fun to go back and forth. So.
Perfect. That's all I wanted to make. If I ever get to that point, please DM me and say, hey, Tater, what the fuck, bro? And I'll.
You think I'm gonna complain?
No, I didn't figure, but you've given me that respect. I want to give it back, bro. That's all.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain. I'm Cleaner, and I've gone way harder.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's no, fair. Definitely. And I'll tell you what, actually, I like having debates and conversations with Avarice because he and I both understand we're not coming at this from a point of personal execution. Like we're not trying to get anybody stopped or anything like that. We're trying to understand things and figure out where we're going with stuff, right?
Exactly.
And that I think is beautiful because that is what we should be doing with our communication. I'm all about communication maxing.
Yeah.
All these different maxing things that are out there, I'm about communication maxing. I want everyone on the world to stop fighting with each other and start talking to each other.
Hell yeah.
So we can figure things out.
Hell yeah. It's what I'm trying
and I
to
like
do.
people like you, Tater, because you promote that.
I'm glad to hear that, man. I appreciate it. I really do. Like I said, no hard feeling. I just trying to get the conversation moving, trying to give people a place where they feel comfortable.
It was fun. It was fun. I had fun. That was fun.
Good. Well, I appreciate you guys. I'll let you guys talk anything that you want to talk before I give you a chance to shout out anything. So anything that you want to point out more? Okay. All right.
Have a good day.
Yeah, absolutely. Avarice, appreciate you as always. Yeah, and if you guys don't know Rob Knorr, he does a lot for Rob Knorr. So go and support Rob Knorr. He does have his own show, and Homestead did post that in the chat. So maybe give him some love so he might start his own channel and stuff too. I know he has a Clips channel and stuff, but he went to bat for my nation the other day, and I want to give him the credit that he deserves for sure. Sorry about that, Cleaner. Go ahead. What you got?
Oh no, sir, it's your show. I bow to the king in the king's throne room.
There.
You know, like this is
it.
your area. Oh no, all I was going to say is like this is one of the shows that should be propagated and held up by the people because you're getting people to communicate. So I'd really appreciate it if people could give you your watch hours and all of that. So that you could quit your day job eventually and do nothing but this all the time, because that's what I would like to see more people doing is communicating, you know?
Greatly appreciate
I want
that.
more of that.
I that's what my goal is, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate people, even just somebody that randomly says it. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much. And as always, you're always welcome back on my panel. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
No, sir. You have a good one, and everyone stay safe. I'm going
Awesome.
to drop down now.
Awesome. Have a God bless night, man, and always welcome back.
You too, sir.
Thank you. All right, B, welcome in, and I know you just kind of came up to shout out what you were thinking of, and which is what I wanted you to do. So go ahead and shout out whatever you'd like to shout out real quick.
All right. First, like, comment, and subscribe. We are 241 subscribers away from monetization.
Let's fucking go.
And-
All right, go ahead.
Right? And then what I wanted to shout out is I have an open challenge. Bring me your wacky and fun debate prompts to challenge me on. Anytime Tater has a free day that he can host the debates, I am down. Just to help people out dialectically and get you debating on camera. Bring me your hot dog is or is not a sandwich. Your what is a soup? Your gravity is an illusion. The earth might be flat. I'm willing to debate you openly on anything, and I will take the opposite side of whatever you want to debate on. I'm giving you a chance to work out all the kinks in your dialectical speech debates. So let the nonsense Olympics begin. Bring me your nonsense.
Hell yeah. I mean, honestly, I know that I'm not sure who had mentioned it, and they did have a good point. We don't want to make a mockery of debates. And so this will not be making a mockery, but it is going to be to hone. Yeah, like Mr. B said, absolutely not. But it's to hone your ability to debate when you go to debate something that is important to you. I love this idea. I think it'll turn out really well. Was there anything else you wanted to shout out? I know you got a couple of channels if you want to shout them out real quick.
For my AI music channel, I have King Crumbler's AI Jambles, and for my Psalms channel, I have Psalms for the Everyday Man. Awesome. And just the other thing this is not going to be something we're just going to be poking fun at. I will take whatever challenge you throw at me 100% seriously and give you 100% debate effort.
Awesome. I appreciate the engagement and coming up and letting us know about that. Like I said, I think I think it'll be fun. And again, it's not to just laugh and joke. It is to have fun, but to hone those skills, just like I'm trying to set up amateur debates. So actual debates, I am setting those up as well. I'll be moderating those. Mr. B will be the one that debates you in those other fun, wacky debates. And then I'll probably have Mr. B help me in moderating the debates at some point in time as well. So again, if you guys want to debate, if you want to just have some fun with debates, come join the Discord and let us know what you want to debate and things like that. Was there anything else you wanted to shout out?
That was it.
Perfect.
And I can leave it to you.
Awesome. I appreciate you coming on and shouting that out. And as always, I appreciate you do what you do for me, and have a God bless night, man.
Yes, sir. You too.
Thank you. All right. And then I do want to give a shout out. Hopefully, Birds, yeah, I still see you. So hopefully you're still there. Birds gave a dono. Birds, you are a real one. Holy shit, bud. You have given probably more than anybody else. You and I think Kyle are the two that are my biggest donos. Don't think that you need to donate. That is not my goal here. What I would like to portray is, if you like what I'm trying to do, if you like the goal, the vision that I have, please try. Go sell some cans or I'm just kidding. Any kind of donation is going to help. I'm going to be doing all sorts of weird, wacky stuff if I can find things that people want to see me do. Like, I'll dress up as a freaking potato one day. I don't know. I'll put a mullet on my head. I won't cut my hair into a mullet, but I'll put a mullet on my head and act like a hillbilly. I don't know. What is fun for you guys, right? Anyway, long story short, we now have 260 subscribers. Thank you so much. You guys are so amazing. We gained 4 subscribers in this stream. And honestly, I really didn't expect any kind of engagement, because nobody wants to listen to what really matters anymore, it seems like. So you guys are the real ones. I will shut up and get on with my evening and let you get on with your evenings. But seriously, take care of yourselves out there. I will always say that, because I do honestly care about each and every single life out there until they give me a reason. And I'm not talking about like you're a piece of hater. I'm talking about like real reason to just give up on them. I'm not giving up on people. I want to be there for the people who want to be there for me. With that being said, please take care of those yourselves. Please take care of yourselves out there. Remember those Second Amendment rights within the United States. Outside of the United States, please take care of yourselves the best way that you know how. Your rights are disappearing, and they've got to stop. We've got to hold on to our freedoms any way that we can. Please take care of your neighbors. Watch out for them. You don't know what they're going through. Be kind. Always. And of course, you could have been anywhere else in the world, but you were here with me. That was a crazy after panel, wasn't it? And for now, Christ is God, the King of Kings, and always will be. And the potato, signing off.
I walk steady, I carry my part through the fire, through the cold night air. Hold the vision, 'cause love is there. Voices of hunger, they come and they go, but my roots run deep and my spirit still grow. No hatred can shake what is planted in soul. I keep on moving, your love make me whole. Through the storm, we rise, never fall. Standing strong, one love for all. For the people, for the creatures, for the land. Working together with a healing hand. Some throw stones, some throw shade, but light shine brighter, it can't be afraid. I see the children, I see the trees, future depending on hearts like these. Voices of hunger, they come and they go, but my roots run deep and my spirit still grow. No hatred can stop what is righteous and true. I walk on the mission, Jah carry me through. Through the storm, we rise, never fall. Standing strong, one love for all. For the people, for the creatures, key that opens every door. No spite, no envy can break what we build. A better tomorrow, a dream fulfilled. Through the storm, we rise, never fall. Standing strong, one love for all. For the people, for the creatures, for the land. Working together with a healing hand. One step, one song, keep moving on. We love as the fire, we carry it strong. No matter the struggle to fight, we shine with compassion.